This is the best time of the
Solo.
And hello, welcome to Solo Playthroughs. I am so sorry I am late. I really tried to be on time. I'm talking about myself and the royal we. I had to talk to my contractor. He stopped in and we are punching a hole in my roof tomorrow. So that did take a few minutes. And my parents are coming in tonight and it's all crazy. And I fall on my sword and I, humbly ask for your forgiveness for making you wait a few extra minutes for this awesomeness. I see the chat was a bit active already. We got Pavel with "What's up?" We have Brian Schultz. Hi, Pavel. Got my copy of the game last weekend. Now to learn and be crushed. Yeah, that's about right. And Varega Diablo. Hey, Pavel. Last week you played our first 4-player, 4-chapter Arch-Nemesis game. It was amazing. And then C4 Killer Frog. Hi-ho! 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 It's up. Wrong genre, I guess, altogether. As you can see, this meeting with my contractor went so long that I have not even cleaned up from last night's utter shellacking, which was going insanely well until it wasn't. Because I was rolling I was getting lucky. I was rolling well. Things were going good. And then I got to the third act and whoa, that things took a dark turn as they are wont to do in this amazing game. So who do we have here, man? We have Mukla the Mutant. He is the Dragon Kaplan. Countless Imperial campaigns showed Mukla more of the Nether Sea than was perhaps advisable, and that time slowly took its toll on the veteran. So what is up with this faction? So Mukla is part of a faction that used to be Imperials, and they are kind of like, they're turncoats. They are, excuse me, I can't even talk. I'm so excited. They are basically now rebels against the Imperials. So they are their own faction now. There's a freaking dinosaur and some other reptilian kind of things going on here. It is pretty cool. You have 4 Legionnaires. You have 2 Marksmen. They are your basic archery group. You have 2 Lizard Riders, 1 Organs, an elite warrior. They roll 2 yellow dice, which is bananas. And then we have the War Lizard. I'm going to put all these guys back. I'm missing one. There he is. He is over here. I'll kind of keep some of these forces out. So they have an interesting mechanic in that they cannot build towers or walls. Instead, whenever they build a haven, except at start, we'll leave that sucker there, they will get automatically a tower and a wall, and those towers and walls will function normally like during combat. Again, the tower will give you a white die during ranged attack or clash, and the blue will give you a blue die during clash attack. So that's fine. And then we'll have Mukla the Mutant up there. I'm going to take the rest of these hexes off the board here. We'll get all these curses off the board except for 3, and we'll get a 3rd skeleton. There have been some subtle setup changes. If you guys are not aware, I will go through what they are. It seemed to be pretty official errata. And we got Pavel here to tell me when I'm doing things wrong, which is amazing. And I appreciate that. So we have this. Over here we have the Tuatan Wave Singer, Yave the Oracle. Now these are the ones I randomly got last night. I'm just going to keep them. I have all their stuff out, and let's just get this thing started. Yavel Yahweh was already worshipped as a god by many of her people, even if she always rejected this for herself. Thousands followed her when the curse struck Azul. So I do have a question for Pavel right off the bat. Pavel, Yahweh's starting thing, the harpooners, if you have +1 harpooners here, if you roll a lightning bolt, you get a food. I'm assuming that is a choice, right? Like a lightning bolt can still only go one direction, or is that in addition to having a normal lightning bolt power? Also, someone might notice I'm not even trying the. Yesterday, I had a technical issue with my third face camera where everything just kind of froze on me. So I'm just going to stick with my computer camera over here, which is not as good, but does the trick. So I'm not gonna. I don't want to have a crash on me two days in a row. That would be excessive. I'm gonna get all these guys down here. Now the two are they are okay. Someone could say I wrote lizards unite. These technically aren't the lizards, they're amphibians. You're so right and you're so smart. And there's crustaceans, and I just think they look like lizards at times, so I just called them all lizards, and that was factually wrong. But it made for a good title. At least I thought it made for a good title. But we have 5 stone shells, which are pretty cool. They are our basic warrior unit, pretty cheap to get out. We have 3 crab riders. So they roll blue dice. We have 2 harpooners, which are like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and then we have the Reef King, which is just a crazy crab thing, which I love and adore, and would love to get a free ride on that at some point in my life. We'll put that on the bucket list. They can build towers and walls like normal. The only weird thing about them is that it costs them 2 food to do the command action, where it normally only costs 1. And I should have said when we were talking about Muklas, little cronies over here, that it costs them 3 plunder to do the haven action, where usually it only costs 2. So again, things get a little tight. My camera is as high as it can go. This is a big game, takes up a lot of space. I have these boards pushed up, so this isn't exactly what it might look like for you, but this is the way it all fits on the camera the best. And I do some funky things over here with these cards. That was a tough word. Had to go to the very recesses of my brain to pull that one out. Let's take this out. We have Pablo says, awesome. Jonathan says, hey all. Phoenix Knight says, punching a hole in the roof in December. That seems suspicious. Yeah, we've been building a 3rd floor for a while. So I should have been clear. There is a structure on top of the roof. It's really the old roof. And now they're punching a hole in the old roof to make a pathway into the 3rd floor. If no one's ever lived in this, if you haven't lived in a city, that might sound crazy to you, but yeah, we are putting a 3rd floor on our house because, there's not really room to go broader, so we needed to go up, or we could overpay for a house in our neighborhood that we didn't want to do. So it's like, well, let's do this. That'd be great. As always, I'll try to be here as much as possible, but the kid and wife demand attention, of course. Pavel says, yeah, we slightly changed the number of skeletons and all number of player setups, so it's always 1 per region now. And Pavel says it's a choice. You need to assign the bolt to the card. Excellent. Thank you. I was pretty sure that was the case. I just found myself like never ever using that ability, but I think that's partially due to the change now that all the Druid cards are revealed at the start of the game, which is an awesome change, and I'm glad y'all made it. I love when publishers are like, "This is our baby. We love it, but we're going to support it, and we're going to make rules changes for the betterment of the game, even if it makes it a little more awkward in the interim period." I think that's just a cool sign and makes me love you guys all the more, Pavel. All right, we're gonna shuffle. We're gonna roll a die, and I'm gonna get my 2 sea towers out. I rolled a 1. We'll put this sucker over here. And yeah, I do a lot of die rolling and setups. There's a lot of small stacks, and I just like die rolling for better randomness, or at least what feels like better randomness to me. Whether it actually is a thing for debate. Again, so what Pablo was saying, there are 3 regions. So there's the Howling White, the Screaming Sea, and the Fog Grave. We're going to put a 3rd curse because I'm playing on Apocalyptic mode. We're going to put a 3rd curse, and we put the 3rd skeleton there. The skeletons do have to be, the 3rd skeleton always does have to be added with a curse. Or curse with a skeleton. Skeleton with a curse. I don't know. They belong together. They belong together like peanut butter and jelly, or peas and carrots, or I don't know, one of those. Like, get the druid card set up because I'm going to do this all whacked out and crazily out of order. I'm rolling a d10. That's a 9. We're going to put that there. It's going to be revealed. First druid power for the game is Archery and Clash, Tree Mother, place your cheapest unit from the reserve here. I'm going to roll a d8 now. I rolled a 2. We have the red hand, archery and clash. Place one skeleton here, or remove all and roll their dice immediately. Really like that card. I am glad to see it on the board. Roll the d8 again. We have this one. It is the Wanderer, archery and clash. Draw one item from the item deck, give it to any player, even if they could not use it, before damage once per combat. That's once per round. This is once per round. And then I'll roll a d6 for the last one. This is a 4. Bam, we have the Watcher, archery and clash. You may reroll any of your dice that do not show lightning bolts, which is actually really cool with the Light of the Thon, because if I have 1+ blanks, I can gain a lightning bolt, and then I can re-roll the blanks. It's a really nice combination that I found very effective for me yesterday. So that's cool. Don't hate those. For those who don't know, when we're in combat, when you're rolling dice, you get a lightning bolt. You can assign. You can use one. You can lose. You can use each druid power once by just assigning lightning bolts to it. If you don't want to use any of the powers available to you, you can use a lightning bolt to negate one shield for the enemies that you're up against, which is super great. The Legion and the Horde, they will always use lightning bolts. They will use their lightning bolt power once if they have one, and then any left over they will just use to break down your shields, which is not as friendly. I'm going to shuffle all of the terrain here, and we're going to randomly put them down. There's going to be 10 pieces of terrain. I'm just going to go 1 through 4, 5, 6, 7 through 10. Yeah, setup is definitely involved. This is one of those games that it does benefit from playing a lot early, so you can get the setup thing down pretty cold. So there's going to be a food source there. We're going to have plunder here, food here, salt, plunder, lots of plunder, salt, good. One of everything for the. Oh, I should have mentioned this when I talked about Mukla. Another weird thing about them is they don't get any base resources for having their havens on the board. Notice we'll start here with the Tuatan. They're going to get 1, 1, and 2 in resources every round. Instead, and then as they get these out, they get more and more resources. So if they get 3 havens on the board, they're getting 2, 2, 3 plus the resources that are on each of the lands where the havens are, right? So it can add up to a lot of resources. Since there are no resources amounted for Mukla's cronies over here, which again I'm forgetting the name of the dragon. The dragon, I think, is, I'm going to butcher that all day. The dragon, they have man, my brain is like 17,000 places right now, so I apologize for that. So, since there are no resources listed there, they're just going to get double whatever their production is on their haven, right? So for the starting haven, instead of getting 1, 1, 1, they're going to get 2, 2, 2. All of that should make sense as we go if it doesn't already. So that is a food, this is a salt, and this is a plunder. So no access to food, no good place to build a haven that has food. We might want to get up there because we will definitely need food to get our Reef King out. And the Reef King is awesome because it is a unit that rolls a black die in a ranged attack. Hold on one. All right, we have some comments from Pavel. For those who don't know, Pavel is one of the design team, the 3-headed monster that is Pavel, Dirk, and Cornelius. They're awesome. I have had Dirk and Cornelius on the channel via a phone call twice. So if you want to check out my past Uprising playthroughs, really interesting stuff there. Cornelius has also did a very lengthy interview with Mark Dainty from why am I blanking on the name of his channel? Because I'm the worst. Not Board Gaming, and that was awesome. It really went through like all the things that you can expect in the new expansion content. I don't think the Pledge Manager is still open, but I would definitely recommend looking into this game. I did get a review copy of the base game and the Arch-Nemesis expansion, and then I backed all the gameplay content in the most recent Kickstarter, which I'm super excited about. So Pavel says, FYI, someone from Discord gave me a great idea for a true solo mode. I haven't tested it yet, but it sounded really cool. Hint, It involves having one faction, but both heroes. Awesome. We also have a new difficulty variant for you guys in case you think Uprising is hard enough. No, this is super hard, but I'm still going to play an Apocalyptic because it's fun. Pavel says Ragnarok, instead of gaining a VP, when a Horde or Legion can't gain a threat, Garrison, Curse, Horde or Legion can't be placed, etc. Instead, the lowest Horde or Legion gains +1 threat. Ooh. Oh, that's the new difficulty variant. New difficulty variant. I'm really having a hard time talking today, guys. I'm sorry. It's gonna be a disaster. I feel it already. It's too early for me to be saying it, but I'm like, this is going to be a disaster. My brain is like, nope, 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 nope. You should not be doing this today. Just give up, kids, and call it a day. Go to the showers early. No, we're gonna push through. This too shall pass. All right, I'm gonna get these suckers out. Obviously, the Imperials gave me a more than I could chew yesterday, and that was very frustrating. One of the things I haven't figured out with the Arch-Nemesis expansion, because I really like the Arch-Nemesis. I like the idea of it. I like the Kraken. I like so much of what they do. Is that I've been having a much harder time like actually causing an uprising in the capital, and that's like so much less satisfying. So that is now my goal. Like I am like literally want to find a way to cause an uprising in the capital, and that's it. That's what I'm going for here today. So, Pavel says, "Yeah, it's nasty." That sounds awful. So, you know, we'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna get 5 legions in a 2-player game. You get 5 legions and 5 hordes. Again, the legions are like the big bads of the Imperials, and the hordes are the big bads of the Chaos. For those who don't know, the Chaos basically is starting in the icy waste and going inland. They are an enemy to you and an enemy to the Legion, and the legions and the Imperials start in the capital and move outward. They are an enemy to you and an enemy to the horde. Finding ways to get these guys to do damage to each other and take each other out can be very helpful. So that was one of my problems yesterday, in that I was doing all the combat myself and not finding good ways to take advantage of them, their vile venom and hatred that they have for each other. So, all right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm going to put this over here, and we'll just put these here and here. We are going to start with 5 resources of every type for both of my heroes here. So I'm just going to get out the singles. If anyone hears what sounds like, a saw going off in my house, that is accurate. But it is a couple of levels removed. So I'm assuming the noise cancellation of these headphones will block most of that out. But my apologies if not. All right, we have this and this. It's very exciting. Look at Greg gather resources. I am going to take another pause to get a drink. To be clear, that drink was coffee, because I probably should have said a sip, because the drink sounded, ominous. Or not ominous. I don't know. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Let's make it happen. I'm going to shuffle up the quest deck. And then we have to get our chapters set up. Now, the quest deck is supposed to go here and then go down. I put it here for the camera, so you'll see how that works out. And then I just basically always have the quest discard thing covered. Or I could do it that way. Let me actually cover the discard, and I'll just hit the Discord. Cover the Discord! What are you up against Discord, Greg? I don't know, I just want to cover it. So I understand that Nemesis.Games has a really great Discord. I unfortunately always feel like a little bit of an idiot whenever I'm in Discord and haven't figured out how to navigate it well enough to spend a lot of time there. So we're going to have, actually we'll just have the deck. It will tell us when we put the quest cards out during the game. And now we have the item deck, so I'll shuffle these up. And this is really it, I promise. I promise, guys, I'm not going to lead you astray. So that is that. The game of Uprising is ready. For those who are like I mentioned, setup changes. The Druid cards used to not start revealed, so there will be parts where I'm like, oh, reveal a Druid card. They're all revealed. But that was, again, I think a really cool change by the design team. And I think the druids have like artwork in the next content, so they're really kind of trying to beef up the druids and make them a more like living, breathing part of what's going on here. Because I mean, those druid powers are really important. I love the red hand, so I'm excited to try to take advantage of that, especially with the light of the Thon. Light of the Thon. That's just right. With that available to me, I think that will be pretty cool. So I'm going to put the item deck here. You'll see me how I'm going to do that as we play. And we need to set up the events. So this is chapter 4, chapter 3, chapter 2, chapter 1. Those are my chapters from yesterday. We have 4. There are 7 of each chapter. So I'm just going to roll a d8 and we'll get these things set up. 7. So I guess I lied. That wasn't the I was like, the final part is set up. No, I lied. There's always more. But if you think about it, I mean, I've been yammering my head off and we got this thing done in about 5-10 minutes. It's really not that onerous of a setup. I would still, I mean, even compared to like some other favorite games of mine, like Zed's is a real big pain to set up because there's so many unique pieces. These big games just take some setup. For sure. The organizers and the way the box comes does make this a lot better than it might have been for sure. 1. And then finally, we have this. So I rolled a 6. And those are our events. Cool. All right, the rest of the events can come out. I'm going to have my feat decks for both of my dudes here. So we have 10 feats for each of the heroes. So this is a double-sided card. There's another hero on the other side. So I have the deck that's specifically for Mukla. We have our 2 starter feats, which we're going to start the game with because, starter feats, exactly. I'll put the rest of them over here. And then we have our 2 starter feats for Yve. So the starter feats for Mukla are Mutant Instinct. Clash, you may reroll all dice of one color you rolled before damage once per combat on your hero's hex. Or Legionnaires, flip this to change all your blue dice to show defense before damage. Now that does not have to be on the hero's hex, so that is something we can maybe send off our Legionnaires and know that we have a little bit of backup, but you do have to change all the blue dice to shields. So if you were like, oh, I want to keep this and I want to have 2 skulls and the rest shields, that's not going to work, kids. You need to flip all of them to shields. For Yve, I already talked about the harpooners, archery and clash. If you have 1+ harpooners here, you can use a lightning bolt to get 1 food. And then Light of the Ton, archery and clash. If you have 1+ blanks, you can gain a lightning bolt. So we're gonna go to our track. Reveal 1 druid card. Flip all your face down cards back to face up. Doesn't apply in the first round. Regain your 8 action points. We already have them. Deal 3 new items. All right, I'm gonna put all the items in this spot here. So we have the Nether Sea map. Always your hero is considered adjacent to any hex. You can only get that if you have at least 1 magic. So Yve could go ahead and buy that. I'm sure I'm butchering her name. Pavel can correct me with my pronunciation if he feels so inclined. We have the Worm Scale. You need to have 1 might to get this, so I can get this with Mukla. The Worm Scale costs 1 salt. Clash, if your dice show 2 blanks, you can gain a lightning bolt. That's not great with the dice I'll be rolling. I doubt I'm going to be going for that. And then you have the Mohyar Pirate. Discard this to lose 1 point, but gain 5 resources. It's free other than the action point it's going to take to get that. I really actually like that card, but we have to have a point to lose before we would go ahead and be able to take that. But the actions, one thing that's confusing, it takes a little bit to get used to. It's not like the most intuitive. It says actions, which means you can use it during the actions phase. It doesn't cost an action to do it. So I don't know how else they could have worded that, but I have, when I played this with friends, that has tripped up my friends a couple of times. We're like, oh, wait, it cost me an action? I'm like, no, you can use it in the action phase. Like, oh, okay, I see. All right, we're going to deal 3 new quests. So the first quest is going to be the Nether Sea Navigators. It's a 1+, so we need to get either 3 skulls, 1 shield, or 1 lightning bolt to solve it. If we solve it, we get 1 resource for each shield and lightning bolt you rolled, max 5 per player. Discard this quest. That could be great to do with the Vey, so we'll see. We have the Cleanse the Wastes. Immediately, legions of undead. Place 2 skeletons and 1 hefty X in each region that has no skeletons. All 3 regions have a skeleton. This quest is discarded and not discarded until you solve it. Always, if there are no skeletons on the map, every player gains 3, and we discard this quest. So we got to get rid of these 3 annoying skeletons, and then we can get rid of that thing. The last quest is going to be the Willing to Fight. We need a 3 skulls, 1 shield, or 2 lightning bolts. It's a 1+. If we solve it, we get 1 basic unit on each of your havens. Every other player places 1 basic unit on any of their havens or explored empty hex. Discard this quest. So, decent quest. Nothing that really is going to screw us up too much. We're going to place the first player token to the left. Muckla is going to just start the game with it, so again, we can ignore that in the first round, and now we get to the event phase. Event phase, add 2 threat to all legions and hordes in play. They would be there. There are none, so we don't have to worry about that. The first player draws and reads the first event. Let me check the chat. Pavel says it's dinner time around here. Be back in a bit. Thomas Willinger says, hey there, what's up, Thomas? How are you, dude? And ooh, that new difficulty level sounds terrifying. I need to try that one. Yeah, man, give me a go do that. Let me know how it goes. I'll stick with this for a while until I, stop getting my head pounded in 2 out of every 3 games. All right. Or more, potentially. I don't know. I don't really keep track of these things, and for good reason. Oh, by the way, so I do have this Omen deck over here. I'm going to end up rolling a die for these as well, so I'm not going to shuffle them too much, but there are 9 Omen tiles that come with the Arch-Nemesis expansion. We will get to the Omens phase at the very end of this track. As you shall see, I have those over there. Things everywhere. Right. The freezing cold mercilessly destroyed every crop, turning food into an invaluable asset. This is terrible. I lose 2 food from everybody, which is gonna hurt. It's really gonna hurt, especially the Eve over here. We're gonna need to find a way to get some food for this first round. Yeah, that's rough. Not great. Now, while on the horizon, eerie lights announce the arrival of an even worse threat than hunger. Place 1 horde. So we get the Chaos Hordes at threat 4 in the Fog Grave. So I'm going to turn this over. It is the Counter of Omens. The Counter of Omens is going in the Fog Grave, not adjacent to a haven. And we're putting 2 skeletons on this hex, because of course we are. Why wouldn't we? Ooh. I think I'm going to have a better shot going after him with Mukla than not. So the Fog Grave goes from here all the way out there, but then the next one's gonna be Screaming Sea. Oh, do I want to put both of them by a Vey? Probably not. Probably not. I just don't love all the skeletons with these guys when I'm not going to have any ranged attack for the skeletons. Screaming Sea, Howling White. Yeah, the Screaming Sea is very far from over here. I mean, I could just load up Mukla with a bunch of hordes. But that's going to be rough. No, I think I got to put the counter down here and just hope for the best. So the skeletons usually aren't that scary, but they can definitely screw you. But we'll put them in the Fog Grave there. We're getting 2 skeletons on his hex as an immediate effect. The Army of Bone. All right, we'll put him there. He's got number 13. That means he will act in order. So he'll be after everything below 13 and before everything that's above 13. I know. That's some advanced concepts for you. We have another horde placed at threat 4 in the Screaming Sea. It's the Lick Queen. Every fallen victim was forced into her ranks by the will of the queen. Immediate zombie infestation. We're placing a curse on her hex, and that's rough. She's only a 3 though, and we'll be able to put her in the Screaming Sea with a curse. I'll put her there, and the queen is now there. Hold on 1 sec. Sorry to do this again. All right, we have Thomas. By the way, I finally managed to get a victory at Maze Knight solo at 11:22. Awesome. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what the most I've done. I think it's been on the channel, to be honest. I definitely haven't done the 22 yet. It's pretty cool. I'm assuming there was like some combination of like, I don't know. What a tremor! I'm assuming it was like tremor, flame wave, maybe the ultimate mages. I'd love to know the combo there. Nemesis.Games, you're lucky having Pavel here with you. Looks like he's turning into your personal rules guide. Wait, turning into? I thought that's what he already was. I was mistaken. Who have I been sending the checks to? Um, so let's go, kids. I have some decisions to make, and I'm ill-equipped to make them. And I lost 2 food. Oh no, we're not even close to that. What am I doing? We're gonna place 1 activation token on every of each of the 2 hordes that are in play. Never in the 4th chapter, you would place 2 activation tokens on those suckers, and then finally we go to the build phase. So I'm going to draw 2 feats from Mukla. We have sneak attack. Flip this to skip the archery round. That's really kind of strong. It's kind of strong, but I mean, the enemy cannot use lightning bolts in combat. That could be so strong, but it's a discard. And because of the discard, I don't know how I don't. Yeah, because of the discard, I don't know how I don't keep this one, which can be really, really helpful. Can I mean, it means my marksmen are a little less important if I'm just going to go ahead and do ranged or do clash. Let me get these off the screen. All right, so I'll take the sneak attack, flip this to skip the archery round, and when it's flipped again, I'll just have it back the next round. So basically, 4 times this game, I can skip an archery round. We're gonna get 2 feats for Eve, 1 and 2. We had the blood of the oh man, I was hoping to get like an extra stat boost to get some extra resources, but it didn't work out. So blood of the Ton, discard this and pick the Chaos or Imperial graveyard and return all player units there to the reserve. And Dream of the Ton, choose 1 druid from the box, place it on this card. This is now both a druid and a feat. Any player may use this druid. I kind of like these druids, and I'm not sure I want to get another one. This could be helpful, though, to prevent them from getting a lot of points. This card is to pick all the Chaos or the Imperial Graveyard and return all player units there to the reserve. I think that could come in handy. We'll just go ahead and do that. And this goes, again, on the bottom. You're essentially costing them 4 points, and you're also just there could be a place where we might be able to build in the middle of a round, and there's some things that we can definitely do there. So I don't hate it. Let's I mean, unless I'm missing something, let me think about these other druids before I get too. No. Let me do the other one. I changed my mind. I'm already changing my mind, kids. I'm going to take the Mountain Heart, and that can ignore all damage showing on 1 die your enemy rolled. And now this is a druid and a feat, so it counts. It's still like one of my 10 cards. There was a 10 card limit that you have between items and feats. And now I have access to that with both Mukla and Yve. I think that could come in handy. So we'll go ahead and do that. All right, there is the one where you can ignore all damage, but I don't love that because that means that you can't do damage to that, but ignoring all the damage from 1 die, that could actually be really, really helpful. So I think that will serve me well. All right, build any units, towers, or walls from the reserve or on any of your havens. Remember, I cannot build towers or walls on my havens as Mukla. And now I just got to build some units, and I have 2 less food to make that happen. So I'm going to spend if I'm skipping archery, I probably should just lean into this Legionnaire stuff. I mean, I get the War Lizard out right off the bat. Who wants a War Lizard? Who doesn't want a War Lizard? I mean, that's... I want a War Lizard. Woof. What's she rolling? Every horde in play, including her, gets one threat. She's not rolling that crazy. Yeah, I'm not gonna get a lot of units out. This is not good. Well, willing to fight could be good. Allows me to get some units out that way. It didn't improve any of my hero dice, but that's only needs a 1 to succeed. 1 shield, that is. So that could be helpful. Alright, let me get... Oh, the War Lizard's expensive. It's dangerous. Yeah, we'll do the War Lizard. Why not? And this will go... This 3, I'm spending 2 of this 3, so I'm just going to get 1 back. So I spent 4 and 2 to get the War Lizard. Again, it cost me 4 plunder and 2 food. And then I spent 4 salt to get 2 of my Legionnaires. So we're starting a game with a War Lizard. Just how I drew it up. We're going to go over here. Again, what I keep talking about the skills. There are 2 things that can enhance your hero skills. Remember, heroes never roll their dice in combat, but they roll their dice for quests and other things. And you could enhance one of their stat values and you get 3 resources. They're like of your choice. So it's like 3 wilds. That could have been really helpful to get maybe 4 units out. Maybe I don't do the War Lizard, but the exact resources I had, the War Lizard just kind of made some sense. I am a little worried how I'm going to build this Haven, however. But I have some idea. I mean, Nether Sea Navigators is helpful, so I like seeing that out there. As Pavel said before, a lot of the times the game is won between the quests and the items, not necessarily what's happening in these combats. But obviously the quest and items, if you're using them well, will give you a way to win a lot of these combats. So we're going to go to Eve. What's Eve trying to do? Ave's like, well, I need some stone shells, but she also is going to want a harpooner for sure, but that's going to leave me with absolutely 0 in the way of range attack, but that's just going to be what it be. So if I spend 3 salt and 2 plunder, that would give me a harpooner. That gives me 1 elite, and then I could spend my last 2 salt and my last 3 plunder, or 2 of my last 3 plunder, so I'll get 1 back, and I could get 2 of my strong shells. So that leaves me 4 resources over here, leaves me 3 resources over here, so that math checks out because it's 6 plus 2 plus 2 is 10, and I had 13 because I had 15 resources to start the game. I lost 2. Math's good over here, so everything's good. So I bought 3 units with both of these guys. We're now going to go to the actions phase. So Thomas says it took me a lot of tries with many different Maze Knights, for sure. Pablo says, that was me. The first time I beat Volcari's Return on Legendary, I must have tried that 2 dozen times. It was nuts. Pablo says, I'm back. The all clash build. Yeah, we're just clashing. We're clashing it up. I don't know if it's gonna work. If it goes really bad, we'll just restart. But I got some ideas. I don't know if they're good ideas, but they're ideas nonetheless. So we're gonna move and explore with Mucklow. We're going here. We're flipping this over. What do we get? Oh, it's the Gold Guard. Oh, that's interesting. I do want access to that sea tower. I also want to get access to the Lich Queen. I'm going to go here. I'm going to get 2 food right off the bat. If empty, place 2 garrisons there. It is empty, so I'm going to get 2 garrisons. So we get, remember the garrisons, each level of these things represents a garrison. So base level is 1 garrison. On top of that, 2 garrison. If not, reinforce here, and then place 2 garrisons on empty hexes with no X. So we have empty hexes or hexes that have no units. Remember, your heroes do not count as units. So we're going to place 2 more of these on empty hexes with no units. So I'll put 1 here and 1 here. So the Legion starts off with the early advantage for sure. This is, are you a rider? How is the War Lizard not a rider? I have Jack Pavel. I strenuously have Yikes. So that means in Badlands, your rider units can add to the number of dice used, but since I have no riders, that's not going to used in ranged attacks. Since I have no riders, that's not going to work, unfortunately. Unfortunately, in range, I think you guys call it archery, not range. So I should probably get the terminology right. Sure. Yeah, we're good with that. All right, we're going to go to Yvei's turn. Yvei is going to... Does she move explore? She tries to get resources. How do I feel about those guys? I feel okay. I feel okay about this against that with these skills, especially with Mutant Instinct and Legionnaires. So I'm not too worried about it. I do think Yvei was going to want to do this at some point and see how many resources she can give us. So she's going to do a quest action. She's going to roll 2 dice because she has 2 leads. She's going to roll 2 blue dice because she has 2 lead, 1 purple die because she has 1 magic. And again, only thing that matters are shields or lightning bolts. So I'm going to roll as a guile. I could choose a white die or a yellow die. She's going to choose a white die because the white die gives me a chance to roll another shield. So we're doing Nethersea Navigators. I rolled awfully. Yes. Oh. So bad, dude. That's a good start. That's a good start. So we're going to, it says fail, discard this quest and draw a new one. If I was on the sea tire, I would have added the purple, but it just didn't matter. I mean, that's like, I mean, come on. I had 1/3 of a chance on each of these die to roll a shield. I had a 1/3 of a chance on that die to roll a shield, and then I had a 1/3 of a chance on this die to roll lightning bolts. So that was not the thing of dreams. And we have to discard this quest and draw a new one. All right, what is the new quest? It is the Forest Spirit. That's not going to happen this turn. So a 3/1/1. Choose a hex with the curse. Pay 5 resources. Remove that curse and gain 1. I really just I didn't want like 7 resources out of the Nethersea Navigators. I would have used 2 or 3, but unfortunately, that was not meant to be. Woof. Woof and woof. All right, we have our first woof of the day, kids. We're going to now go here. I'm going to do a command action. I'm going to spend 1 food. I'm going to command all these units into here. I'll put them on their side so you can see what's going on. And I'll use this to indicate where the combat's taking place. I'm going to flip this to skip the archery round against those those garrisons. So we're going right to clash. I'm rolling 2 blues and a black. Those are my dice. And then we're going up against 2 garrisons. So they're rolling a blue, 2 yellows, and a white. So rolling for them over there. Oh, a big whiff. It looks like a lot like it looks a lot like the roll that it's had for my quest. So it evens out. And I rolled 4 damage and a shield. They have 1 shield. I have 1 shield. It doesn't matter. They rolled no damage. These 2 garrisons are defeated. That's going to give me 2 points, 1 for each garrison I defeated. So this is the gray marker. So that's for Mukla. And we're going to put these units back in here. They love it in the Golgard volcanic mountain region. I mean, if anyone was made for a volcano, it is this dude. All right, we're going to put that there. These come out of the game. We got the blues are going to go here. The yellows go here. Yellow, white, and the black. Now, I don't love my Haven being kind of that vulnerable, and I really don't love the fact that I don't have any resources, but I can buy that. I'll just lose one of the points I just got to get 5 resources. So that will work for Mukla. That's another way for me to get resources. And then maybe we can try that as well. All right, we're going to go to Ave. Ave is going to move and explore. She's going to go here. She's got to get some plunder for sure. I would like to get a haven out for each of these guys. We are in Troll World. Troll World. Troll World should be an amusement park. Troll Word. No, Troll Word is a wood, so you get to re-roll your ranged attack dice. That could be interesting. We're going to get 2 plunder right off the bat, so I'm going to put this one in, take a 3-er. If empty, place 2 garrisons. It is empty. We get 2 garrisons. So that's not ideal. And then we're going to place an activation token on the Legion or the Horde card with the fewest tokens. Ooh. I definitely want to kill one of these dudes. The Lich Queen's going first. I mean, I could try to just set myself... If I build a haven in both of these places, I could just try to set myself up to, you know, take the attacks of the Counter of Omens and the Lich Queen. I've already flipped that. I haven't used that yet. I haven't used Mutant Instinct yet. All right, so I have to add this. I'll add it to the Lich Queen because, you know, honestly, if I don't defeat the Lich Queen with that assortment, I'm in a lot of trouble anyway. We're going to go to Mukla's turn. Mukla's going to go to the market. It's going to buy this. It costs 0 salt. If ever there's less than 3 items in the market, generally speaking, you do go ahead and replace it. We have the Dark Strider boots. Flip this to regain a used, oh, that's so good, a used action thing from your player board. That is something I'm going to definitely want. Now I'm going to use the Moyor Pirate to discard that. That's going to make me lose 1 point, but I get 5 resources. I need 2 plunder for sure. I'm going to take 2 salt so I can get that Dark Strider boot thing back. And I can get 1 more thing. I will take a plunder because plunder is in short supply with these guys. No, I'm about to spend 3 salt. I'll take a salt. Why not? We're going to go to the Vase turn. I am worried. They're going to get a reroll. Again, they only reroll blanks. But I have no archery at all because I don't have the Reef King. It would have been nice if that was here because then I could have gotten some crabs out potentially. They count as riders. These are not ranged. These are just not ranged things at all. I mean, I could try to quest with her again. I mean, the questing went so well the last time. If your heroes on a hex with enemy units, I get a red. Huh. But they were really only adding 1, so that's not really efficient. Just worried if I bring these 3 units in, that's going to be a bloodbath. They're rolling 2 white dice at me, and they're gonna re-roll blanks. That could be bad. The other option is I let this stay here. The counter of omens comes in here and gets messed up by the troll word. Maybe gets weakened a little bit. I don't hate that. But then I'm not building a haven this turn, which is not great. I want to build a haven. Yeah, I have just my units are just poor. If we reinforce there, we're probably getting 2 things. I could try to get the Nether Sea map. That's pretty strong. Give her the Dark Strider boots. I have so many options. My hero is considered adjacent. I have a pretty crappy assortment of things here. I don't think I can take out. I don't think I can take out those 2 omens, those 2 garrisons. I'm gonna move and explore again, and let's see what's going on with the sea tower. Units and heroes here are adjacent to any hex. If your heroes here, pay 1 salt less for items in the market. Today, only the ruin still tells of the battle at Midnight Tower. Gain 4 salt. Wow, I don't know if I ever read that. Place 1 horde and 1 legion and its target from the box. Pavel, I'm assuming that means both the horde and the legion are from the box. Place 1 horde and 1 legion and its target from the box. So we're going to go to the ones that aren't in play, and we're taking both of these. We're ignoring their immediate effects, which is good, and they're going to both come in at threat 7. And the target for the horde, the legion, is going to be there. Oh, that's super interesting. So I got the 4 salt, though. That's also very helpful. So we have the Coven of Yasat. So again, we ignore their immediate effect of the Coven of Yasat. Don't mind that. It's going to come in at level 7. And we'll put that over here. It has no activations this turn. And then the Executioner comes in at level 7. Her power is pretty gross. She comes in here. The Executioner's target goes there. We're going to grab her. She's a little kid with a big crazy friend. And then we're going to have the Coven of Yasat come in. And now they're going to fight. Whenever you have Horde and Chaos in the same region, they don't like each other. They will immediately fight. So we're going to go to an archery round. So we're going to have 4 yellow dice for the Coven of Yasat, and we're going to have 1 white and 2 blue. Now, special powers for the Coven are none, but for the Executioner, they gain a purple die if there was a target there, but it's only in clash rounds. So starting next round, starting the clash, once their 1 round of archery is done, they will have a purple die added to their thing. The Coven's rolling 4 dice. It does 2 damage. 2 damage. So they both go from power level 7 to down to power level 5. And now they're going to fight each other again. So we go to our first clash round. The Coven's rolling 1 purple, 1 red, and 3 blue. And the Executioner is rolling 1 black, 1 purple, 1 blue, 2 yellow, and because their target's there, they get another purple. That's a lot of dice. So we're going to roll for the Coven. 3 damage and nothing else. And whoa, 7 billion damage. I did the math, and 1 shield. So the 3 damage, 2 of that gets through. So the Executioner is down to 3. The Coven is super dead, and they're destroyed. They don't. It doesn't go to the graveyard like everything else does for the Horde and the Legion. Instead, what happens is the Legion, the Legions are immediately going to get the 4 points. So if destroyed, gain 4 points, and every player gets their action point back. Again, that didn't trigger anyway because we ignored the immediate effect. So 4 points there for the Legion. And now the Executioner is just like, what? Come at me, bro. And we're like, scared to. I would have liked a much better role for the Coven, for sure, to at least make this lady a little bit less fierce. But she's only rolling 2 white dice in Clash. Problem is I have no great way to get my units there. Good thing is she's not activated. Remember, she'll gain 2 threat at the beginning of the next round, which is a problem. Yeah, the Executioner is rough, man. I mean, if she wipes out my Reef King, that's a game over. Game over. All right. What is going on? Alfred, yay, snow day stream catching. What's up, Alfred? Good to see you, along with trying a paperback adventures. Hey, Pavel, how is the German transition going? Pavel says it doesn't have someone riding it. It's a mind-controlled monster. Which, I don't know what we're talking about. Transition is done. I'm free. Thomas says, really? Wow, that's great to hear. Like a Christmas present. Pavel, yeah, I immediately went ahead and made a new mod in Tabletop Simulator to start the new prototypes. Pavel laughs. Love me the Midnight Tower. Both come from the box. Yes, this one is a community hex. Nice. I just want to clarify that we didn't have anything to do with that one. That's on you guys. Since her target is there, she gets an extra purple die from her combat ability. Yeah, saw that. But that's in Clash, if I was reading that right. It is a I'm still trying to remember the it's a mind controlled monster. Oh, all right, Coven. Sorry, your cameo was appreciated. You did not last long. We will miss you, and we will write stories to our kids about you. Urgh. We got problems. We're not going to get a lot of quests out here because we're not even close to getting rid of all these skeletons. The counter is going to move once. I'm hoping I can take out the Light Queen. I know with Mucklow all I'm doing is building a haven, so I'm going to spend these 3 plunder and building a haven there. Remember, when I build a haven, I automatically get a wall and a tower. That is a special thing because they have... there's like a special... Yeah, when you use your haven action to place a haven, you place a tower and a wall on it. Is from there. It's like there was like somewhere it said like it was like Legion building or something. Because all their experience in the Imperial Army, they know how to build things, people. That is for sure. So we're gonna put this here, and I'm going to gamble that I get this willing to fight thing done with Mukla, and hope for the best. But I'm a little worried. Eve is just like farting around, man. She's oh, the Executioner is rough. The good thing about the Executioner is her target just stays there. So really all she'll be doing, she'll just keep pooping out a garrison once every time she has an activation token. So it's not the absolute worst. But, it's not great either. We have a vase turn. Does a Vey... I could get the Nether Sea map with her, which is pretty strong. And it would be free. I get the Darkstrider boots with Mukla for 3. He gets a thing back. He quests. Yeah, I like it. So she's gonna go to the market since she's at a sea tower. Things cost one less. She's gonna just buy the Nether Sea map, so she's adjacent to any hex. She's already adjacent to any hex as long as she's in the sea tower, but now she's really adjacent to every hex. Ooh, that's interesting. Pay a food to gain a yellow dye in archery. I don't hate that. Before rolling once per round on your hero's hex. Since it has once per round, it's once per round. If it doesn't have once per round, you can do it as many times as you want. But again, its resources are at a premium. I'm not sure I'm going to want to be throwing around a lot of food, especially when I need to get the elite warrior on the board. I think I try to do this quest. Come on, Muckla. Don't fail me now, people. We're going to get... No, what are we going to do? He's going to buy this item in the market. That costs 3. One, two, 3, and we're going to get the Dark Strider boots. I'm going to flip this to get this thing back. So it costs me an action to get it, but it essentially is another action. Oh, interesting. Discard this. Every player may build units and defenses on their havens. That I don't hate. That I don't hate. Yeah, it's a weird round. I'm not doing nearly as much combat with the 2 Atana as I would have hoped. Let me get survivors. It's free. I mean, I'm not doing much with a Vey anyway. This goes here. Healing potion. After combat, discard this to place one of your destroyed units here on any of your havens. We're going to do this quest with Muckla. I'm rolling 1 red die, and I really just want 1 shield. So I need 3 skulls or 1 shield. I think I'm more likely to roll... I could get 3 yellows. I don't know the math on that, right? Because I'm 1 out of 3 chance. So I have 3 guiles, so I can take a white or a yellow for each one. I'm 1 out of 3 to get a shield on each one. Or, I mean, I'm 4 out of 3, 4 out of 6. I'm 2, so 2 out of 3 to get at least 1 skull from the red die. And I'm 2 out of 3 with each of the yellows to get a skull. But I could also just fall into skulls with the whites. If I just go like all skull, if I get 3 skulls, I do get a point. All right, I'm going to chase skulls. This is such a bad idea. I'm going to get blank, blank, blank. I mean, honestly, if I get the 2 skulls from the red, that's like 2/3 of the way there. But I just need 1 shield. Nah, man, I got to go with the 3 white. That's got to be better math, right? I think. Maybe. I don't know. I assume that's better math. Let's do it! Oh my gosh, dude. It didn't matter. I could have rolled 3 yellows and 3 whites, and I still don't get 3 skulls. Oh, that's incredible. So I'm doing really well with the quests. They are exactly what I hoped they would be. And don't let anyone tell you differently. So I failed. So I lose 2 resources. Otherwise, the Empire gains 2 points. I will lose a salt and a food. And it stays there. So I could try again. I might. I really might. I really want to get these things out. Oh, it's so bad, dude. It's really bad. I've not built a haven with the Vey, which makes me sad. I mean, she's just gonna move on your hero's hex. I wish I was having this guy activate twice. Yeah, she's gonna move and go here. This build thing, I'll hold on to survivors for now. I'm gonna quest again with Muckla because I'm a glutton. So red and 3 whites. I just need 1 shield, people. Hey, we got a shield. All right, so it didn't say discard this for failure, so I did get to try again. I could discard any items from the market. I don't want to. If I got 3 skulls, I would have gotten a point. I blanked with the red twice, was a problem. So since I got 1+, I solved this. After the Butcher's scorched earth offensive, freeing his captives and arming them for their revenge was imperative. I can place one basic unit at each of my havens. Each other player places one basic unit at any of their havens that are unexplored or explore an empty hex, and now this is discarded. So this will come out of the game. Yep, that does I discard that. So I'm going to get basic unit on both of my havens over there. I'm going to end up with a marksman here and a legionnaire here. And I could add one basic unit on this. I will add a crab rider. And that effectively, it kind of got what I wanted done. And now I have one more action. I have... You know, when I lost 2 resources, if I had thought this out a little bit more, I would have lost both my food and kept the salt, and now I can just use my last salt to go to the market to get this, and that healing potion could come in handy. So I already have a ton of cards. We got a lot of problems, but I feel like, you know, we're onto something. Maybe. Pavel is just like dying. He's like, dude, you're so bad at my game. Why do you suck so much? All right. That is the end of my round. Oh, the Abad Warpaint. Discard this to gain a red. I actually do really like that card. All right, let's go to Nemesis phase. We're going to activate all the legions and hordes in order. So the Lich Queen is going to go first. She's going to activate here. She's going to poop out a curse. She can't. So instead of getting a curse on the board, she just gets the 1 point. Now she activates. Where is she going to go? Well, she wants to go to... Her priority is to be an adjacent hex that has a haven. Obviously, that's that one. So she's going to come into here. So we're going to move all my units off to the side. So there's my hero. Remember, I also have... it's an elite rider. I also have a tower, so it's going to be us against the Lich Queen here. I can't skip archery because I already used that skill once. That's how I beat the 2 garrisons without losing anyone. And we're now going to be able to go to an archery round. So since I have a tower there, I'm going to get 1 white die. The Lich Queen's going to have 2 white dice. Let's see how this plays out. So she rolls a damage and a shield. I roll squadouche. That's super awesome, and by super awesome, I mean terrible. And I'm going to lose one of my units. They go into the Chaos Graveyard. We now go to Clash. In Clash, I'm going to get a white die for my tower, a blue die for my wall, a black die because of my dinosaur, and then 2 blues. That's, you know, dinosaur, clearly. We're going to now figure out what the Lich Queen's rolling. She's rolling a purple, 2 yellows, and 2 whites. No pressure, kids. I rolled, 5 damage. She rolls 2 damage and a shield. She has 4 health left. I'm tempted. No, I think I just lose the 2. I was gonna say I could like try to re-roll. I think it's just better to make her go away. Wait, if I turned all my blues to shields, I would only do 1 damage to her. And that's not great. I could re-roll all my blues. I could re-roll the black and then change all those to shields. I have the after combat. I'm trying to think if there's a better way, because this math it's not awful. I just lose 2 units. And she is and the Lich Queen's gone because she only has 1 shield. I could try to get this though, which is a better roll. This is pretty much, I mean, I'm going to get that roll 50% of the time with the black. Could try to re-roll my blues. I'm just getting greedy right now. I think I just take it. I rejoice in my defeat. of her. I never use a Legionnaire skill. I mean, so I'm re-rolling dice. I mean, anything could happen if she rolls that many whites. So I'm just going to accept these results. She does 2 damage to me. These both go away. I do 5 damage to her. She has 1 shield, so I effectively do 4 damage to her. She was only at level 4, so she's super dead. I'm going to get 3 points for Mukla, so 1 to 4. Out. This goes here. Yellows, whites, black, purple, 3 blues. So that's a nice little stronghold for us to start the game. Hopefully, Ave can start joining the fun. I don't think the healing potion could make a little bit of sense, I guess. Cost me 1. I'm gonna be pretty resource poor. Nah, I'm gonna hold on to the healing potion for later. That's something in case I ever lose one of my more expensive units. The queen is out. I go here, and that is done. Counter of Omens are going to activate. They're going to poop out a curse here, and then they're going to go as follows. So they're always moving toward the capital, and they're going to proceed with the following analysis. So they place a curse, which we already did. Now they're going to move not farther from the capital with this priority. They're going to move into a hex with a haven. There are none. So they're going to move in a hex with the fewest enemy units or threat. So the threat for the executioner is 3. There are only 2 garrisons. So they will come here. So if I had done a little bit more damage to the executioner, that could have been great, and it would have gotten the counter further away from my home haven. But unfortunately, that did not work out. So they are going to fight against these 2 garrisons. So the counter of Omens is rolling 3 white dice in archery. And remember, they get to re-roll up to 2 dice in the woods. And the garrisons are rolling 2 white dice because there are 2 of them. They get to re-roll 2 dice. So I'll have the garrisons on my left hand and the counter of Omens on my right. That's blank, blank, blank. That's blank, blank. You can re-roll 2 dice. Hey, that's not blanks. And 1 damage. So the counter of Omens does 1 damage to the garrisons. The garrisons have 1 shield, so it negates that. The garrisons do 1 damage to the counter of Omens. He's down to 3. They now go to Clash. In Clash, the counter of Omens is rolling a purple, 2 blues, and a yellow, and the garrisons are rolling a blue, 2 yellows, and a white. To know what the garrisons are rolling, that's always on the board here, which is super great. So we're rolling these 4 dice for the garrisons. That's a good roll, and that's a crappy roll. Woof! All right, garrisons are fierce. So no re-roll. That only applies in the archery rounds. Again, the terrain rules are all on the board. I love how the information is everywhere you want it to be in this game. So 2 shields. There was not getting any damage from the counter of Omens anyway. 2 damage. The counter of Omens has 1 shield, so 1 damage gets through. This is down to a level 2. These garrisons really might wipe out the counter of Omens, which is absolutely bananas. And now we go to another round of Clash. We're rolling the same dice for the garrisons, and the counter of Omens has 2 blues and a yellow. So, that's a big roll. I'm glad I did not take the Mama de Vey, because that's sick. So 1 and 1 shielded, 2 1 shield, so 1 gets through. Counter of Omens is down to it's freaking last level. This is crazy. So that's done, and now the counter of Omens is rolling 2 blue dice against the same 4 dice from the garrisons. These garrisons are fierce. They're doing their Imperial Masters proud. That's another bananas roll, and 3 damage, 1 shield, 1 damage, 1 shield. Counter of Omens is out. If destroyed, you place 2 skeletons here. So 2 skeletons immediately enter. That's going to start more combat. This guy is now dead. That gives the Legion that gives the Legion 2 points. So they go from 4 to 6. They got a lot of points for killing some hordes, for sure. Some chaos. Some chaos is out. I think that starts a whole new round of combat. Pablo can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that means we actually go back to an archery round. But I don't think. I think it would be a separate combat as opposed to be a continuation. Gonna go here about the Imperial War Lizard. Oh man, you're worse than Cornelius. I finished updating our TTS mod today. It's fully equipped with all new cards. That means all art has been touched up by Dirk, and everything every new thing is now completely done and in. You can check out all new stuff that's coming with Titans now. Awesome. Whew. I'm one of those people that I prefer to open up the box and play with things that way. That's new, but that's just me. I'm not a big TTS guy, but I love that it's there, and I know it helps get people excited about these games. But I do think this is a whole new sequence of combat with those two skeletons. So I'm going to proceed on that, which means we'd have another round of archery, which is obviously just advantage for the garrisons. Whole new combat, including archery. Yeah, thank you. So we're going to roll 2 white dice for the garrisons. Remember, the skeletons do not have any archery dice. That was a total whiff, but we're in the woods, so they're going to get to reroll 2 dice. They whiffed again. Now they start rolling like crap. So 2 red dice for the skeletons, and the same 4 overpowered. They're not overpowered, really. It was ridiculous that the garrisons just wiped those suckers out so handily. So 4 dice for the garrisons. That's a reasonably okay roll. And now, interesting. So no shields over here. So 1 garrison is wiped out. That's going to go into the Chaos Graveyard. The garrisons did 2 damage, so they beat both skeletons. But the combat's not over because after damage, we place 1 more skeleton right back. And that does not trigger a whole new combat. It's the same combat, and now we just go back. We just continue with another clash round. These 2 really were destroyed by the garrison, so they go into the Imperial Graveyard, but another one gets placed because they rolled the lightning bolt. Now, there's only 1 lightning bolt on these red dice, but it's pretty crazy when they keep rolling it and they keep adding more skeletons. So we go now to another round of clash, and in this round of clash, there's only 1 garrison, so it's 1 white and 1 blue, and it's going to be against 1 red because we're down to 1 skeleton. That's a very strong roll, and that, so interesting. So 1 damage defeats the skeleton. The 2 damage, 1 block, that also defeats the garrison, so they simultaneously defeat each other, and that's absolutely crazy. Because now that whole thing is wide open for Ave to go and just poop out a Haven next round. And I like that. So that all worked out fairly well for us, considering how little we accomplished with the Tuatan this round. Production phase. We gain resources based on total Havens. Again, I don't as the Drogon. Someone tell me how to pronounce this. But I get double wherever my havens are. So I get 4 food plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. So I'm going to get 6 food, 2 salt, and 2 plunder. I combine all these things to simplify this process. So hopefully that's not too confusing. So I get 2 plunder. That's 2 salt, 2 plunder, and 4 food. So I'm very resource poor. And then over here with the Tuatan are not resource poor, which is nice. They're going to go ahead and get, that guy fell over. They're going to get 1, 1, 2, and then the 1, 1, 1. So they're getting 2, 2, 3, which again is not a lot, but they still have a lot of resources left over. So 3 food, 2 salt, and 2 plunder. All right, that's done. We're going to score for the Empire. The Empire is going to get 1 point for every hex that has a garrison. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're getting 9 points. They go from 6 to 15. And they're going to get 1 point for still having the Executioner on the board. They go from 15 to 16. And they get 2 points for having 1 faction type in their thing. They go from 16 to 18. It's a huge score for the Legion. But the fact that the Horde was kept so down, it's now kind of easy to see where the Legion's getting their points from, so we can really aggressively try to take out these garrisons. But obviously, we still need to get rid of all the skeletons, too, at some point, because the skeletons are preventing us from seeing more quests, and that could be indeed a problem. All right, we're going to go to the scoring for the Chaos. The Chaos has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 curses. They go from 1 to 6. They have no Horde in play, but they have 2 different factions in their graveyard, so they get 4 more points. It gets them from 6 to 10. These come out. And again, I just release the graveyards as I go. It just makes the math a little more simple and neat for me. And now we go here, return all units from the graveyards. Again, I already did that. And we'll go to the player phase. The Dragon are going to score 4 points because they have 2 havens out, so it's 2 points each, so 4 to 8. And they get 1 point because they still have their home hex, which gives them a point. The Tuatan are going to score 2 points because they only have 1 haven on the board, and they get 1 point because they control their home hex. So again, we're going to have to figure out a way to really get them jump started in future rounds. We are going to go to the Omens phase. The first player is rolling their hero dice. And hopefully I don't roll like Cornelius, because apparently we went to the same school of rolling. I need 4 skulls, 2 shield, or 2 lightning bolts. I'm just going to chase the 2. I mean, maybe 4 skulls is more realistic. Yeah, I'll make all these yellows. Yeah, I don't know the math on this. If I can get a skull on each of these, that's great. I think it's going to be hard. It's a hard sell. We'd have to really be getting lucky to get 2 shields on 3 white dice. So I'm rolling these. Oh, give it to me. No, not even close. So I did not roll any of those 3 things. So instead of choosing 2 of these omens, or picking 2 of these omens and choosing which one I want, I'm going to be stuck with whatever one I roll. Again, I'm just going to roll the d10 here because there's 9 of these suckers. Counting from the bottom, I get the top one anyway because that is a 9. So the Kraken's in the lead. So basically how these omens work, they're going to stack over the first 3 rounds. You're going to see the symbols. Whatever one of the Arch-Nemesis has the most points on these cards, that's the one that enters. If there's a tie, you get 2 Arch-Nemesis instead of 1. Yeah, good luck. It makes things super fun. The Greater Omen of the Kraken. Move 1 curse to any adjacent hex that has no curse and no X, and the Chaos gains 2 points. Chaos gains 2 points. And we can move a curse to a place that doesn't have an X. I will move this curse here. When it moves there, it destroys the garrison that is there. Now, a garrison could potentially be pooped out there by a legion going through it, but when a curse is moved to a place or lands on a place, it destroys all things that are there. And I'll just kind of keep the omens on this side of the board. We're not going to need this part of the scoring for quite some time, if at all. I mean, some of these games can be very low scoring. So we're going to go up to the chapter track. Reveal a druid card. Already revealed. Flip all your face down cards face up. I have 2 flip down cards with Mukla. Mukla the mutant. He's kind of my hero. I think I bear a decent resemblance to Mukla. So, for those of you who don't see how beautiful that man is, he's quite a looker. We're going to go down here. Regain all your action points. Mukla gets 8. Yave gets 8. I do think, just a small thing of losing 2 food with that first chapter really did hinder Ave. It was kind of hard. And then like rolling like crap on the quest, it just put me in a place where I wasn't in a good spot to really do much. But to see the way those garrisons wiped out the counter of omens and then took out those skeletons and then were wiped out, that was very good. I'm not upset about that. It does open up a potential window where I might try to take out this executioner, but her lightning bolt power is scurry to say the least. All right, we're going to draw 3 new items. So these items go away, and we're going to draw 3 face up items. We get the rune stones. Always pay 2 resources to add a skull, a shield, or a lightning bolt to any player's roll outside of combat. We get the Twilight Bow. Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm going to be taking that as Mukla for sure. Flip this to destroy 1 skeleton here. You're in adjacent hex. Discard this to destroy 2 skeletons. Controlling skeletons is super useful here. I'm assuming. Pavel, I'm assuming here for that card means on your hero's hex. It doesn't say that. Um, I'm assuming your hero has to be the one flipping that, because usually it says on your hero's hex. So I'm guessing there's like some. It seemed a little unclear to me, like, because here, like, where's here? Could it be anywhere? Can I use it adjacent to, my marksman, right? Which would thematically make a lot of sense. Or yeah, I'm just wondering what the here means there, if you're still around, dude. Earn a malice archery in class. Discard this. You and your enemy gain 1 black die every round of combat. That could be strong, and you can do that at any time. So if you're like, hey, I'm about to lose this, why don't I just add a black die and see if we can do mutual destruction? That's a strong play. Yes. Cool. Fighting through skeletons in class is so scary. Says Pavel. Haha, best outcome. Yes, on your hero's hex or adjacent hex. Thank you for the confirmation. That's the one thing I found out about this game. There are a lot of rules ambiguities, at least there were for me. But I was like emailing Dirk, and I was 99% of the time my assumption was correct. So like, there's a lot of things about the rule structure that are very intuitive that I appreciate, and I think they've gotten a lot better at clarifying things. And Dirk is like all over. Board Game Geek, Cornelius is always around asking questions, Pavel too as well. So I mean, the three of you guys have been tremendous with that support, and I'd love to see it. So we're gonna draw 3 new quests. That one stays out because there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skeletons on the board. And we get this. Oh. Break the shackles. Immediate. Place 1 legion at threat 3 on the Capitale. It's the courtesan. Of course, the courtesan. Place your target. And that player discards 1 action point for the rest of the game. Well, I have an extra action point because of the Dark Strider boot, so clearly I'm going to place a target on the mutant. The mutant now is down to 7 action points, but again, he'll always have 8, so that kind of evens out. So I'm glad I get the Dark Strider boots to kind of counter the courtesan's negative effects. She's coming in. We're going to place her target where? Well, she's going to place the target. We know we're going to Mukla, and she will go to the haven that has the fewest units. I have 1 unit at both of those havens, so I can really choose, and that's kind of bananas. It doesn't matter. Again, it's fewest units. It doesn't matter what kind of units they are, and I have the tower and the wall there. I am definitely placing it in the Badlands. Nah, but then she's copying all my crap. Ugh. I hate her. I hate her a lot. She's so mean. Why is she so mean? No, fine. I'll put it over here. It would just kind of make my life a little easier. The less dice she's rolling at me, probably the better. I want to get Mukla back there anyway, just to kill that if it doesn't get activated by the event anyway. That's fine. Now, why this quest is in play: if you destroy any legions or garrisons, gain 2 resources. That could be really strong. And fine. Threat 3 on the capital. Where are you? You beautiful, beautiful courtesan. She's playing a harp. Oh, how great. We're now going to go to 1 more quest. That's a lot of the immediate... Oh, no. Not all the immediate effects. All right. Corrupted Druid. The dream sent by a set bestowed great power and madness. Immediately, Beacon of Despair. Place 1 activation on the token on the Horde deck. That's the Chaos. The next Horde you get draws that token. Place 1 curse on any empty hex. No! And it doesn't have to be without an X, so I can put this anywhere. I'll just go ahead and put this. Man, the Kraken's in the lead, so that is 100% on my mind. I don't know if I want this sucker that close. I'll put it all the way the heck out here. The Kraken. Great. 413. If I succeed, I remove all activation tokens from 1 horde. Discard this quest. Excellent. That's done. We're going to pass the first player token to Yave. We're going to add 2 threat to everything that's over here. So that's now threat 5. The courtesan's now threat 5. We're going to draw and read the next event. How exciting! Yeah, she's so awkward to fight. Yeah, the courtesan is really awkward. For those who don't know, the courtesan copies the unit, wall, and tower dice, but not items or feats of her enemies. So the more dice you're rolling at her, the more dice she's rolling at you. Ugh. It's a thing. In the chaos of the days following the curse, many slave collectors and prisoners of the Empire take advantage of the hour to revolt and flee. Every player may pay 2 resources to place 2 basic units on any of their havens or any explored empty hex. Oh, like, amazing. Because I am broke. Ugh, I'm definitely not building the elite warrior. I'm not getting the riders out. Plunder is useful. I can get plunder there. I can get plunder there. I want to build another haven. We have the sea tower. If I defeat a garrison, I get resources that way. All right, I'm going to pay the food. So it's any 2 resources. This is such a good card for me. They have to be basics, but that's great. And basically, instead of spending 5 resources for 2 units, I'm spending 2. That's good math. Ugh. This might be the only 2 units I'm putting out this round, to be honest. This is crazy. This is crazy. We are going to spend the food and... Yeah, I think I just spent 2 food. I save everything else. So I'm going to put this 3 in, get a 1. And I'm going to put out in Marksman and Legionnaire any of my havens. Yeah, I'll put them there. That wall's kind of annoying. I really want to wipe out the skeleton before it does bad things. Resources over here. What don't I need? I definitely need food. Ooh, I could get the Reefer King out. Oh, that's I can only build one thing. That's a problem. Remember, you have a 5 unit limit on every hex, so I only have 1 haven, so I'm only building 1 dude. Oh, there's so many I have to. Oh, these legions are awful. Awful. I wish the skeletons activated because they would come in and actually weaken the executioner, but they did not. Yeah, she's limited. She might not even spend that 5. She might not spend that 5. We have a rider. She might not spend that 2. She might spend the 9 to get the Reefer King out. Because if she places another basic unit. I mean, I could spend 2 resources to get 1 out. And that way I can do what I want and get a basic. I can get a Krabby out there. Yeah, I think I have to start knocking these suckers out, dude. The reality is Executioner might just kill my Reef King. So spending the money for him would probably be a mistake. Decisions. I will spend two plunder, which is the least important. I'll spend a plunder and assault. to put out a basic rider instead of spending the 2 food. And I'm not going to be able to put another unit because I'm unit capped. To set an example, the legions of the Empire move out of Norngar to obliterate entire insurgent villages. Place 2 legions at threat 5 on the capital. So legion number 1. Wow, I'm getting a horde too. Whoa, this is bananas. Okay, the butcher. Woof. Butcher's coming in at threat 5. We know that because of the card says so, but we could always check our work by looking at the bottom left corner of the event. So we're placing the butcher's target. I cannot place the target on Mukla because he already has a target. So I'm going to place the target on the only haven I can for the 2 Atan. And every player loses half of their plunder rounded down. So I lose 1 plunder from Mukla. I lose 2 plunder from Ivantan. That's rough. And it's going on threat 5, and it's going on the capital. So we're going to move this over. It fits there. And Butcher, where are you? There. We're now going to get another Legion, threat 5 on the capital. The Mage Breaker. Oh, that's super interesting. I hate the Mage Breaker so much. Alright, place her target. Well, I can't place her target on any of me, so I have to just place it on the capital. We remove 1 sea tower, empty if possible. This is not empty because Executioner's there, so this is empty. So the sea tower is gone. So bye-bye Mukla's plans for a sea tower. And we place her on that hex. Now again, since the sea tower is gone, this is no longer adjacent to the rest of the world, so she still would have to kind of crawl in. Am I getting focus issues today? I should have checked this earlier. It's been auto-focusing, I apologize. I hate that OBS always turns that thing on, and I was running late. Nope, autofocus is not on. Alright, good. Fun fact, during development, we tried the Lizard Riders as basic units, since that's the Renegade specialty. Same cost, though. It turns out they're way too strong because of effects like this. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, you got so unlucky with this quest. Magebreaker is another community creation. Fantastic. Well, the community is stupid, Pavel. Don't listen to us. We're really bad. Oh, that's funny. All right, we're gonna put this over. You're not stupid. I love everyone in the community, and I don't want to get like what's the word? Syndicated? I think it's syndicated. Solo Planter said that we're all stupid. Yep. I did. I didn't mean it. It was a joke. I promise. All right, place 1 skeleton with other skeletons. There's a lot going on here, and I'm not a big fan of most of it. I'll place this here, because of course. And if there is no horde, place 1 horde at threat 5 on an empty hex. This horde gets an extra activation because there's 1 on the thing. It's Oda the Fallen. Wow. Alright, Oda would come in at threat level 5. Instead, she comes in at threat level 7. I could use her to wipe out some of these Legion, hopefully. She comes in, she gains 2 immediate Doomsday. She gains 2 threat. Every other Horde or Legion gains 1 threat. So, boom, boom, and boom. That's all levels of awful. And she's number 30, and I have to place her on an empty hex. And she already comes in with this 1 activation token. Wow. I mean, I guess the false... no, I mean, the false Messiah would have been great. I could have just blown him up here. I mean, I have no towers. I have no walls with 2 Atan. Oh, this is rough. All right. Oda, where are you going, Oda? Why do you hate me so? Any empty hex. The problem is Oda goes last. So with Oda going last, they're going to go to the fewest enemies. And then it's just kind of a mess. The Mage Breaker is going to activate and go here. Oda's going to activate twice. There's no great walls. I could try to. Oh, oh, the executioner is not moving. The executioner is not moving. These guys are going to activate, though. They're going to poop out garrisons. Because that's full. And they're going to want to go on empty hexes. I could put Oda out here. Have Oda mess with the executioner. I think that's my best bet. I don't put a haven here because Oda's going to activate twice. I try to build havens here. Yikes. Yikes and yikes. Yeah, I think that's the best. That's the best I can do. All right, place 1 activation token on every horde in play and every legion in play. So Oda's up to 2. Remember, I got an extra one because there was 1 on the deck. Magebreaker, Butcher, and Courtesan. Build phase, draw 2 feats, keep 1. Muckla's options are the Insatiable Courtesans. Discard this, you may buy any number of items from the market. That's, I never really see the power in that one. And then the Imperial Marksman, if you have 1+ Marksman there, which I will, gain a blue die before rolling during archery rounds. Excellent. That's a much better card for me. We have 6 items over here. Juve is going to have the Stone Shells gain 1 white for every Stone Shell that was destroyed the last round. Or flip this when you use a quest action to seed any quest goal. That's interesting. I will take the Stone Shells. It's a nice way to get... You could like lose a Stone Shell in archery, and then you have it available for Clash, in essence, because it's a new round. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards over here. All right. Jesus. All right, that is kind of insane. Evening from Cold, Dark Berlin. What's up, David? Oh man, I'm so sorry, David. It's been so miserable here recently. And Thomas, good luck. I will continue later. Thank you, Thomas. Always good to see you around, dude. All right, we're gonna build some stuff. I'm gonna build a Legionnaire with these 2 salt I have. Because I want to. So, not a lot of resources, but I can try to get some plunder this way. Oh man, rough. And then we have building over here. I can't build because I'm already capped out at 5 units. So that was super exciting. And I don't think I want to build walls. I mean, it's tempting. I remember the swamp, so I remember the skeleton here would only be having 1. Its red dye becomes a white dye. So having a homeland of a swamp is nice for these little amphibious beings. Action phase. We're starting with Yave. I think Yave is I'm gonna let Oda take care of the executioner. That's just safer that way. I won't have to lose my big units. Remember, I still have this thing where I could just build a bunch of stuff if I need to. The Magebreaker's coming here. The Courtesan's going there. The Butcher's coming here. The Butcher has a lot of red dice, so the Butcher attacking me in my home land is actually not terrible. It will always, it's going to make a beeline for there. So fighting the Butcher in the swamp is definitely something I don't hate. And if I want to do that, maybe it does make sense to build towers there. So I'll get a tower and a wall and just let the butcher come at me. Remember, I can get resources back. Okay, the tower and the wall both cost a plunder each. I can get resources back every time I fight a garrison, as long as that's in play. And that's only going to be in play for this one round. So somehow I went from one horde to the one legion to 4 legions and a horde. Oh my gosh, I love this game so much. Mommy. Oh, woof. All right, I'm going to move and explore. And move here. Wow. Okay, that works. So gain 3 of any resources. I need plunder, so I'm going to get 3 plunder. If empty, place 2 skeletons here. If not, it is not empty. We're going to reinforce, and we add... No, it's an icy waste, so there's no effect on range. We're going to add a garrison. Activate the legion with the lowest initiative or the horde with the highest. Activate the legion with the lowest initiative or the horde with the highest. I do not want to activate the courtesan. So, horde with the highest. So we don't take away its activation token. When it activates, it poops out a curse, and it's going to come here. We're fighting the executioner. This is crazy. All right, they're going to fight the Oda. We skip archery, so there's no archery round against Oda. Oda's rolling 2 blacks, 2 purples, and a red. The Executioner is level 6. Remember, it was level 3. It gained 2 and gained 1 when Oda joined the fun. So the Executioner is rolling a black, a purple, a blue, a red, and a yellow. So these are Oda's dice. These are the Executioner's dice. The battle is taking place here. Oda did not roll especially well. Executioner did. I guess it's about even. So Oda has 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a lightning bolt. Oh, 5, 6 damage. It's actually a lot stronger than I realized. So 6 damage from Oda. The Executioner rolls 1, 2, 3. The lightning bolt lose 2 threat for Oda. So Oda is down to 5 from the lightning bolt. The other lightning bolt power is just wasted because there are no defense. So we get 3 more damage to Oda, so it's 5 damage total. Oda's down to 2. And this is 6 damage because of that. So actually the Executioner is defeated, which is rather bananas. I was like, that didn't look that good, but then I was like, oh wait, that's 6 damage. That's crazy. So Executioner's out. Her thing comes off. Oda gets 3 points for the chaos. So the chaos goes from 12 up to 15. And Executioner is now defeated, but that means that Oda is rather weak. And that could be an interesting play to go try to get that sea tower now. I mean, in reality, I'm adjacent to any hex, right? So I could move here, build a haven. I could command here, build a haven, and then command here and take out Oda. Build 2 havens. I wish I had 1 resource left. Wish I had 4 plunder instead of 3. But I could turn 3 of these food into a plunder. Huh. I mean, if Oda... I mean, the problem, yeah, if Oda activates twice, she poops out a curse, moves, poops out a curse, she'd probably come here. I want to build havens. I would need to have that cleaned out and not build a haven anywhere, and then she would go there, and go into the city. But she's probably not even surviving the 3 garrison attack, so I don't know how useful she'll be there. This could be a good opportunity to wipe her out. All right, Executioner is done. The plot thickens, kids. Remember, you can always trade 3 of any one type of resource for 1. So I could, spend these 3 salt for 1, plunder. The other reality is maybe I give her the Twilight Bow, because she's got all these skeletons there, and Mukla only has the 1. Alright. Put these dice over here. I have a line. I keep the dice all in a line in front of me, and I just find that helps the gameplay so much, because you just know where everything is. So that's one tip for you. Mukla is going to move and explore. I need plunder for sure. The problem is that Mage Breaker's rough. I wonder if I can form like a nice wall against the Mage Breaker. Mage Breaker's level 6. If I could, because when I build the haven, remember I add a tower and a wall. So let me see what this terrain type is. I'm going to move and explore. Because in theory, if I can cut the Mage Breaker off here, defeat the Mage Breaker, go take care of Oda. I still got a bunch. I still got 2 legions in the middle, which isn't great. But the Butcher is going to be coming here. I should be ready for the Butcher at the swamp. That's a pretty favorable land. The Courtesan's just weird. Neither one of them should reach me this turn, however. So if I move and explore, I'm going to come here. This comes off. We flip this over. The Imperial Slave Mines. Oh, interesting. Remove any skeletons here. Place 2 garrisons here. There's already 1, so now we get 3 garrisons. Remember, the Legion and the Horde cannot move through walls. So one thing I could do by putting the wall here, I could force the Mage Breaker around, but I really don't love that. The problem is, though, I have very limited way of getting units in here. That also cutting off the Mage Breaker. Roll your hero dicing in 1 plunder for each skull. Oh, and every other player gains a plunder. Well, that's perfect for Yve. My hero dice are, I'm going for skulls, so I'm going to make the guile is 3 yellow. There's the 4 skulls. So I get 4 plunder as Mukla. That's a great roll. Good time for a great roll. I don't know how to place this, though. Woof. I think I forced the Mage Breaker around. The Mage Breaker is trying to get there, right? So it's not going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. It's too long. So it would go 1, 2, 3. And this way I can kind of open up a path to get some units in here to wipe out some garrisons. It's the Highlands, so there's only 1 range die, which is perfect for me, which means the garrisons are only rolling 1 white die and ranged. So I don't mind that. I can put a haven there pretty safely too. I think that's the best place. So the Mage Breaker is just going to move around this way. and we'll see what they end up doing. All right, Vey is going to do some weird things now. So she's going to command. She's spending 2 food. We get 1 food back. And she's commanding all these guys into here. I'm leaving my homeland a little vulnerable in a way I don't like. So maybe I leave 1 stone shell back. I think that makes sense. Yeah, that makes me happier. That's done. Mukla is going to command. Yeah, I should be good against these 3 garrisons. We're going to command into here. So that cost me 1 food instead of 2. Remember, command action is more expensive for the 2 a ton. So this is going on here. We have that combat, and we're in the Highlands. I have a marksman. And since I have a marksman and my heroes, well, it doesn't even need to be a hero, but I get a blue die in archery as well. So I have a white and a blue. I can only roll 1 die. Obviously, I'm going to choose the blue, and they can only roll 1 die. They're going to choose the white. Woo! Pavel smiles. It feels worse than it really is, though. Huntinator, what's up, sir? Wow, this looks busy. Oda is on the sea tower, so it's Jason NEX. He would go onto the least defended haven immediately. Oh, yeah, good call. Good call. Yeah, I want to take him out, so that's fine. Remember, you can combo items. The map and Twilight Bow would allow you to destroy any skeleton on the map. Same if you're on a sea tower. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's super strong. I was probably getting the thing with her anyway. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. It's right. I totally forgot about, yeah, the sea tower adjacency thing is definitely something that I usually forget about until like I'm playing. Like, oh crap. That jerk's adjacent to me. Shoot. All right. Yeah, good call. Thank you, Pavel. So what are we doing? I have a blue die for my attack. Remember, because archery, I have a marksman there, so I get a blue die. I can only roll 1 die. They have 3 white dice, but again, we're in the Highlands, so they're only rolling 1 white die. So this is our die off. No rerolls. I do 1 damage. I defeated a garrison. I just get a point immediately. So Mukla's up to 10. 2 a ton is dragging down the team average, so to speak. The garrisons are going to roll a blue, 2 yellows, and a white. I'm rolling a black, 2 blues, and a white because of my 4 units. Whoo! 2 shield, 2 damage, and 2 damage, 1 shield. And I could re-roll a die once per combat on my hero's X. I might as well do that now. See if I can't turn this into a damage. I don't. I just get another shield. So that was fine. So I did 1 damage. They do no damage to me. I did 2 damage to them, but they blocked 1. So that's out. Another point for the dragon. And now we roll the same dice, but they only roll a blue and a white. I use this ability that's only once per combat. The damage and a shield. 2 damage and 1 shield. That's enough to wipe this last garrison out. That's another point. This comes out off the board, and we'll put these here. All right, the blues, the black, and the whites. Done. Yave is going to spend 2 plunder. It only costs her 2 to build the haven. We're going to build this haven here. And then we're going to definitely command and try to wipe out Oda next turn. And the Nether Sea map and the Twilight Bow, that combo is awesome. Thank you, Pavel, again for the assist. Mukla is going to spend 3 plunder. Oh, and I defeated the garrison. So I'm building a haven. It's going to have a wall and a tower. And remember, I defeated the garrison, and this is in play. So I will get 2 resources of my choice. I think I'll take 2 salt, because because I'll have good access to plunder and food next round. Muckla's trying to do this backdoor into the into the capital for sure. All right, Yave is going to command. She's spending 2 food. So I put in a 3, took back 2, and we're all going up against Oda. Oda, I'm coming for you. So they're all in here against Oda. Oda, we're skipping archery, which is fine with me. I'm rolling 2 blues, a purple, 2 whites. I get nothing additional. Oda's just rolling a black and a white. Or gold, yellow, whatever, one of those colors. So that's a garbage roll. And that's 3 damage. Alright. Well, I did 2 damage, so Oda's dead. The question is how I want to make this work for me. I have 2 blanks, so I can get a shield. I can get a lightning bolt, because I have 1+ blanks. And then I'm going to use this on this druid. Ignore all things on any one die your enemy rolled. I'm going to use it on that guy. Now, there's no curse there. If I was a curse there, I would not be able to use lightning powers, but there's no curse there. Now, Oda can always use lightning powers because she's chaos or horde. So I'm going to ignore the damage on this one die. So this mountain heart has been awesome. And so I do 2 damage, they do 3, but I negate that because of this druid power, the combination of Light of the Thon and the mountain heart, and we kill Oda. Oda is out. We're going to take these activation tokens off and 5 points for the Tuatan. That's great. And now we'd have 3 of these ugly legion. So we're, oops, dropping. I dropped a Vey on her head. She's not happy with me, but she understands it was just an accident. She's very forgiving, and I appreciate her support. All right, I'm surrounded by a lot of skeletons, and that makes me a little nervous. So I got the 5 points. That's done. I'm gonna build a haven there for sure, and we'll see how the rest of this goes. She has 3 activations left, which is kind of perfect. Oh, I have to lose. Nope, I ignored that because of awesome combos. Great. Muckla. What the Muckla? Muckla is going to flip this back to get a thing back from my board. And then he's going to move and explore and see what's going on here. Oh, Kayushi's Tavern. Super interesting. I love this one. So I gain 3 food. I love a lot of things about this game. So 3 food. If empty, place 1 garrison here. If not reinforced, it's not empty. So we're placing a 2nd garrison here. We get to take a quest action for 0 action points with an additional blue. So my dice are a red, a blue, because of that, and like 3 whites or 3 yellows. The only quest action I can take is this one. I will roll whites because I think, again, I'm still safer going for the 1 shield than the 4 damage. All right, so if I fail, I ignore any failure effects. So I'm only getting success. I'm not on a place with the curse, so I don't get the purple from that. And come on, Kayushi. Oh my gosh. I failed. I ignore failure effects. Just 1 shield, dude. 1 shield. I had an unbelievable mathematical likelihood of rolling 1 shield, but that did not happen. If I had succeeded, I would have gotten to remove all the things from 1 horde, but there's not a horde anyway, so I guess it didn't really matter. Yeah, I guess there was no point. It just, unfortunately, I couldn't take advantage of Qs. Yeah, so there are no hordes to remove activation tokens from, so it wouldn't have done much for me. Anyway, I digress. So Magebreaker's still trying to come this way. I can definitely try to prepare for it. I'm wondering if I try to get all 4 of my havens out as the dragon And that would be bananas. All right. We're going to build a haven with Yave. So she's out of plunder, but another haven goes on the board. Mukla is going to command everyone into here. And now we have this combat. We're in a swamp, so any red dice would be white. No one has any red dice. I do have one archer, and I get a blue because of that. And we are going to, like, none of my guys have died this round, which is kind of bananas. And they're rolling 2 white dice because there are 2 garrisons. So I get 1 defense, they get 1 defense, super exciting. I get 2 blues, a white, and a black. They're getting the very deadly 2 yellows, 1 white, and a blue. So 2 damage and a shield, 3 damage. I'm going to flip this to change all my blues to shields. I could have skipped the archery round too. I didn't think about that. Actually, I probably, yeah, would have that made sense. So I have three defense, so I get no damage. I do 1 damage to it. I kill this, I get a point. And now all they're rolling is a white and a blue. I'm rolling the same 4 dice. 3 damage and 2 shield. 2 damage and 1 shield. It's defeated. Another point. After combat, I get 2 resources. I'm going to take a plunder and a salt. And we're here. This is going well, especially if you're a mutant. All right. Next, I am going to go to the market, and I'm going to spend just 1. Oh, I don't have might. Yikes. I don't have might. I cannot buy that. I need to buy that with Mikla. Hmm. Well, yeah, if I had thought about that, I probably would have left that guy there, but that's fine. I could do this build stuff just to get some dudes out if I really needed to. I mean, if the skeletons activate, it's going to be a problem. I could command like half my forces there. I forgot I didn't have any might. Yikes, that changes some things. Well, if I lose this, it's not a big deal. I really don't want to lose my home just because of the extra point for having it. It'd be easy to gain this back with being able to reroll during archery. The red dice there would be a white die, so that's not awful. So I think I just command some units back here. Remember, they're adjacent to everything. What can I buy? The Urn of Malice is super interesting. I think I command, I get the Urn of Malice. It gives me some extra options. And just hope the things don't activate. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do a command, spend my last 2 food, and I'm going to command a few units back here. I'm going to go just the white. None of these are ranged. I'll send 1 crab, I'll send 1 warrior, and I think that's sufficient between the wall and the tower. Yeah, I just want to shore that up from this 1 skeleton, and also having some units there so I can potentially command into there and take that over next turn will also be a good thing. We're going to Mukla. Mukla spending his 3 plunder to add this. It's going to have a wall and a tower because that's what they do. So we're just not going to get the Twilight Bow. It's not going to help Mukla very much. He's not really going back there. You know, if I lose my home, I lose my home, but he already has this other 3 things on the board. And then the Oracle is going to go to the market. It's going to spend nothing to get the Urn of Malice. Could come in handy. That gets replaced. It is the Netherseed Compass. Discard this when you use a command action to choose any explored hex. All other hexes are considered adjacent. What's going on? Well, to be fair, we didn't play it like that until the very end of development when a player pointed out, remember to take your 2 resources from the Shackles quest. Thank you. You have a bolt from Yavei's ability against Oda. Nice. Nobody is happier than Yavei to roll a blank. Yavaj? Is that a J? Am I saying this all wrong? Nope. All right. It's an I there, unless it might be a J. I don't know. We'll see. All right, let's do this up. The Nemesis phase. Activate legions and hordes. The courtesan is going to try to poop out a garrison. Since she can't fit a garrison there, she's going to put a garrison on an empty hex with no X. There is no empty hex with a no X. Remember, this curse has an X on it, so instead it's just going to reinforce another garrison somewhere on the board. Now, that is special for the capital. Every other place, if there were 3 and you couldn't add a 4th, you give a point to the legion. So we're going to add another garrison here. Why not? And then the courtesan is going to make a beeline toward my home hex. She moves there. Her activation token is now removed. The butcher. Yeah, I did that. I'm just making sure I did all this stuff right. Yeah, the butcher comes in. The butcher is going to try to poop out a garrison. It can't. It's going to reinforce another garrison. We can reinforce this one here. And then it's going to come in here. Remove this. The Mage Breaker is going to poop out a garrison here. And then it's trying to go the shortest path to the capital, which is going to send it this way. It would not go this way because it would take it 4. This way it goes 3. Remove the activation token. It's going to legions is going to have a serious amount of points. The question is, what can we overcome them late to make up the difference? We go to the production phase. We're going to gain production based on number of resources and hexes. Remember, that's very different analysis for the Dragon. So we're going to get 4 food here, 4 plunder, 4 food, and then 2 of each. So the total is going to be 10 food, 6 plunder, and 2 salt. So 2 salt. I'm going to put in 1, take a 3-er, 6 plunder. No, 6 food. No. Yeah, 6 plunder and 10 food. So, which is the bananas amount of food. So it gets 4 plus 4 plus 2, so that's 10 food, and then 6 plunder. It's the 4 plus the 2. That's a lot of resources. The Oracle is going to get 2, 2, 3 plus 1 of each, so that's 3, 4, 4, plus 2 plunder, so that's 3, 6, 4, plus 2 salt, that's going to be 5, 6, 4. So 5 salt, put 1 in, take another 3. 6 plunder, and 4 food. Of course, food is the one I need the most of, but we shall figure it out. All right, we're going to give the Empire points. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 places that have garrison, so that gets them up to 25. They have 3 Legion in play, that gets them up to 28. They're also going to get no points because there's nothing in their graveyard. The Chaos has 7 curses on the board, so they go from 15 to 22. They have no hordes in play and nothing in their graveyard, so that's super useful. And now we're going to go to the players' scoring. The Dragon have 8 points from having hexes, and they get a bonus point for having their home hex. And now the Tuatan have 6 points for having 3 havens, and they get 2 bonus points, 1 there and 1 there. That's fine. And now we go to the Omens phase. Tuatan are going to roll their dice, so Ave is going to roll 2 blues, 1 purple, and I will roll a white and see if I can't get 2 shields. I got 2 lightning bolts. Yes! So I get to look at 2 of these. There are 8 left. I'm going to roll a d8 twice. I rolled a 3, again, bottom to top, and I rolled a 5, bottom to top is this one. This is out. This is here. We're going to look at both of them and choose the one we want. I kind of don't mind leading into the Kraken at this point because of looking at that score. The Dragolich would be a nightmare, and the Empress would not be good either. So what do I get to choose from? I get the Empress or the Void. Oh, man. So I give 1 point to the Empress, or I give 0 points to either. I give 0 points to any of the Arch-Nemesis. However, the Empire of the Chaos would have to gain 5 points. I don't know if I feel that confident that I would like to give the Empire, the Chaos 5 points either. So I think if I just choose the Empress, that puts me in a fairly good place. And hopefully there's a lot of tiles that would still be okay for me, and the Kraken would still come out ahead. What hex am I going to remove from the game? I'll remove this hex from the game. The Empress is over here. And we leave all havens and units. The garrisons count as units. And this just goes off to the side. We have 2 more rounds. What am I calling the Muckless faction? The dragon. Like, we have the Dragon Kaplan. So I didn't know what the heck that was. Yeah, the Renegades. Thank you. That is one thing. It's so minor, dude. I do wish like the name of the faction was at the top, because every time I want to like refresh, I'm like, well, I'm not gonna take everything off and flip this over. Like, just somewhere, like the Renegades, like like somewhere spacing. Yeah, because usually it says in the writing of the hero too. It doesn't say it anywhere. Countless Imperial campaigns, yeah. So that's like the one thing. So I appreciate, yeah. Thank you for checking me on that. So the Renegades, they're Renegades, kids. Of course they are. I could just call them the. So this Dragon Kaplan thing, I don't know. I guess that's his title. I don't know. Whatever, man. I love the world that was created. I don't always understand it, but it's super cool. So that was fun. We're going to go to the next round. I am going to take Christopher Lawson. Pablo, you did come up with some crazy names for all the factions and characters. Yeah, for real. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break because nature's calling. I'll be back. It's going to be like literally like 2 minutes. Pablo's, man, there's no space on that board though. Oh yeah, I hear it. I hear it. There isn't, and it's great. It's just like, even on the heroes card, right? It could have been like, Renegade. Like there's somewhere like it's like there's like no easy reference because over here it says Tuatan, right? The Tuatan Wavesinger. So most of the heroes, I think it's on their card. Is it on the back of this? Nah, it might just be a Renegade special. I just need to remember in my head that they're the Renegades. All right, unless we eat the art. Yeah, don't eat the art's awesome. Don't eat the art. I mean, you shouldn't be eating non-food things anyway, but definitely don't eat the art. Christopher Blossom, no more art, please. Yeah, I agree. All right, I'm taking a 20-second or a minute and a half break. And we're back. Someone's like, that was a minute and 35 seconds. You lied. Like, all right, Pavel. Well, the other factions are actually their own tribe. The Renegade Legion is composed of many species, so it's not that easy. Yeah, that makes sense. And yes, more art. Yes, I freaking love this art. All right. Woo! Let's do it, kids. We have football face down cards back up. They're already done. Regain your 8 points against Pavel. Mukla only has 7 because the courtesan is a wonderful person who I adore and I'm super grateful for everything she does for me. We are going to deal 3 new items. Oh, come on. My fingers are frozen. I've had the heat off. So, all right. The Dungard Lantern. Discard this to choose a quest from the quest deck. Shuffle the quest deck and place it on top. Ooh. If I felt more confident about my hero dice, again, I did not get any ability to boost up my stats. That could be really strong. X-Art leaves. Discard this to add any 1 die to any player's roll outside of combat before rolling. And the Imperial Defectors. Discard this. Every player places 1 basic unit on any of their havens. Excellent. Draw 3 new quests. This is out. This is out. There's still skeletons on the board, so that stays. The next quest. Oh, come on, man. Immediate, no god but Acer. Place 2 druids, reveal the possible under this card. This quest is not discarded until you solve it, and it's a +2. Oh, man. What am I not using? That could be good. I haven't really, I'm not beefing up the red hand. I'm not getting enough things to use this. I love the red hand. It's just not working. Try any 1 item from the item deck. And I'm probably not using. This is probably going to be stronger. That could be good. That's awesome. So this is fine. Ugh. I don't like these quests. Hey, it doesn't have an immediate effect. The instruction of the druids, 4/1/1. Solve, gain any one of your feats, shuffle your feat deck, discard this quest. That's a 2+. That's probably not happening. The quest has not been my friend. I have been rolling like garbage from them too. 2 threat. So this goes up 1 each to 7, and then the legions get 3 points because again I couldn't go up the full 2. The first player draws the thing. Now this should have moved over to Mukla, who is now first player again. Event 3. Come on. What is happening? The herbal women were once counselors and healers, but their source of power, now stained by chaos, has driven them mad. Each player places one of their elite units from play or the reserve in the chaos graveyard. Fine. I don't love it, but bye-bye Lizard Rider. And bye-bye Harpooner. Oh man, I really want to get the Reef King out. Oof. This is a weird one. You know, the Legion's kind of vulnerable right now. I mean, the Capital's kind of vulnerable right now. I wonder if I could go this way. Yeah, I'm probably not building the Reef King as much as I would love to. Oh, I could do that. Reef King could be strong. Yeah, Reef King's too expensive. And I'm gonna need the food to get around. Skeletons are bad news. I need to get prepared for the butcher. Ugh, yikes. 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 Then I'm just gonna be totally out of food. And I can't command anywhere. We have an interesting army here. I can go in. Well, we'll see what also. We're about to get a nope. We're gonna put a legion there at 3 and a 3 or 4-player game. It's a 2-player game, so I could go in, take out those garrisons, but then we're gonna get a legion. But that could be a really strong play. But then I remember I have the Mage Breaker about to attack this. Um, that that Haven. Butcher's attacking here, Courtesan's attacking there. I mean, if I sacrifice this Haven, that's not the worst. If I come through this way with Mukla, maybe even weaken the Courtesan, because it doesn't matter where I combat with her. She's just kind of annoying like that. So if I go through the garrison, but then most of my guys are going to die. I don't know how I'm going to survive 2 legions joining me. So, huh. All right, let me get rid of the Reef King. I think that's the smarter play. I might just start messing with these skeletons, as that's going to give Tuaton a chance for a lot of points. Um, and then still let me kind of be prepared for the butcher. I think makes the most sense. All right, in the evening hours, shrinking mists rise from the now empty fields and drive the frightened survivors into their holes and shelters. Place 2 hordes of threat 5 on any empty hexes in the same region. I mean, Foggrave isn't terrible. Oh, activate all skeletons. Oh, that's. I wasn't reading that. Well, we'll see how that plays out. Yeah, because that Haven's toast then. It actually makes movement a lot easier for me, though. All right. Yeah, I should have read all of this. It would have made some of my analysis a lot better. So place 2 hordes of threat 5 on any empty hex in the same region. Any empty hexes in the same region. Place 1 skeleton adjacent to a haven. I could put it there. I'm pretty guarded. On a hex with a curse. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, man. I could make an argument for each of these regions. I mean, the Howling White getting over to the. You can put them there. They'll wipe out all the legions left by the Mage Breaker. It's also pretty far from my haven. I mean, the Mage Breaker comes in here, eliminates my garrison. I could put, that could come in, but then it's gonna want to do a beeline for all of my havens. So that's probably a bad idea. Foggrave is kind of in the middle of nowhere. If I go Foggrave here, it comes for those garrisons. Or I just want to far away, but then they're pooping out curses, and if I go with the Kraken, all the curses become problems. I think I go with the Foggrave. I get enough things to deal with over here. My havens are really vulnerable. Foggrave here and here keeps them somewhat removed from my havens over here in a way that I like. So let's see what the hordes actually are. First, we have the Stormbringer. That's special. Remember, a place for the curse is not empty. So this sucker's gonna activate right away. Oh, that's another argument for the Howling White. You cannot, in the Stormbringer, you can't use archery against it, so it's attacking you. It's threat 5. This is a crazy decision, man. Problem is, if I put it here, it's going to go there, and now it's going to attack my haven. I could put it. Well, that's an idea. Put it here. The Howling White. It activates on the Maze Breaker. We see what's weak. Maybe I can wipe it out with this force and go around this way. But then I'm not messing with the garrison, which I don't love. I'm not messing with the capital, which I kind of want to do. I want to mess with the capital because I can skip archery 1 round, which is magical. get Howling White. Yeah, we'll do the Howling White. That's fine. We're putting this over here. It will help with the Mage Breaker. Mage Breaker is very, very strong. So putting the Stormbringer in play here. It's immediately going to activate. So where is it going to go? It's going to go to a place with an enemy. It's going to go there. It poops out a curse on the way. So the Mage Breaker versus the Stormbringer. We are going to, the Mage Breaker can attack the Stormbringer in the archery phase, but the Stormbringer is going to roll 1 black die against the Mage Breaker. It rolls 1 damage, so the Mage Breaker is down to 6. Now we're going to go to Clash. The Stormbringer is rolling a purple, a blue, a red, and a yellow. Those 4 dice. The Mage Breaker is rolling a black, 3 blues, and a yellow. So Mage Breaker dice, Stormbringer dice. Mage Breaker rolls 4 damage. Stormbringer only rolls 1. Whoa, that's a crazy roll. So Mage Breaker does 4 damage to the Stormbringer. It's down to 1. And then the Mage Breaker is down to 5. We go to 1 more round. The Mage Breaker's rolling those 4 dice. The blue becomes a yellow. And the Stormbringer's just rolling a white. That was nuts. The Legion is just tearing through the hordes, man. Except for Oda. That was the only exception to that. So Legion, woof, and woof. So Stormbringer got made quick work of. And the Stormbringer is now out of the game. Mage Breaker got a bunch of points for her compatriots. She got 3 points. They go from 31 to 34. So much for that plan. And now we have to add 1 more Legion and an empty space in the Howling White. This is the last, 1 more horde. This is the last horde of the game, right? Because we had the Counter of Omens, the Licrian, the Covenant of Yasan, Ode of the Falling of the Stormbringer. Remember, we got +1 because we added a level 7 one there. This is the Banished. Amazing. All right, the Banished is going to end up in an empty space in the Howling White. We'll put it here. And it's going to come back because that's what it does. So we set its threat to 5. Its threat was already going to be set at 5. And then we choose 1 quest and resolve its failure effect. If it's destroyed, instead of like coming out of the game, it's just going to go back to the bottom of the chaos deck 1 time. We have to choose which one we want to resolve. I resolve its failure effect. I'm just going to give the chaos a point because why not? And we'll put this sucker out here. Now we're still resolving the event. Place 1 Legion at threat 5 in a capital in a 3 or 4 player game. Doesn't count for us. Place 1 skeleton adjacent to a haven on a hex with a curse if possible. We'll place this skeleton here and activate all skeletons. All right, we'll start with this skeleton up here. I'm rolling 1 white die with my marksman. And because I have a marksman there, this is not on my hero's hex, I also get a blue die. So hopefully I get 1 thing. Remember, the skeletons do not have any range attack. There we go. We've killed the skeleton. Thank you for playing. That's a point for the Tuatan. Nope, lied. That's a point for the Renegades. They're the Renegades, damn it. Excellent. We're now going to go down here. These 2 are coming in. We have 2 skeletons. I have a no range die except for the 1 range die because of my tower. Correct. All right, so we're rolling this. Yeah, we're not doing that. So 1 white die because of the tower. It's a squadouche. I get a white, a blue because of the tower and the wall, and a white and a blue. The 2 skeletons would roll red dice, but they come white dice because we're in a marshland. I've been saying swamp all day. I meant marsh. Oh, that's a good roll. That's an amazing roll. So 2 It's ridiculous. 2 damage, 2 shields, 2 damage, 2 shields. Yue is not there, so I can't do any of these things. So it is what it is. It's a wash. We do it again. So 2 white and 2 blue versus 2 white. Let's roll back the tape, and we get 3 damage. Wow. So 3 defense and 1 damage, 2 defense and 1 damage. We're gonna go a third round. We're gonna just do this for the rest of the day. So 2 defense and a damage, 1 defense and a damage. Hey, that's a good roll. Oh, we win! Done. So, we did 3 damage and 2 defense, 1 damage, 1 defense. They're both dead. Tubaton gets 2 points, gets up to 18. All right. These skeletons are going to activate here. Now, those skeletons activate the same way as Horde, except they don't poop out curses on the way. So they're just going to activate there, and they're going to get rid of this Haven. And then these 2 are going to activate and come into here, because again, they would not go there. They're going to prioritize the Haven space first. So they're going to come here. Now, when I can eliminate these 2, remember, I'll finally solve that, and we can get 3 points for each of us. So them activating was actually finally was pretty helpful, and the timing couldn't have. The timing was pretty good. I mean, I lost 1 Haven from that, but that's fine. So we have the 2 reds coming in. We have an archery round. None of my units there do archery. That's correct. So it's going to be a purple, a blue, and a white. Purple, blue, white versus 2 reds. So this is a little scary. Purple, blue, and white versus 2 reds. And actually, I'll show this a little clearer. Purple, blue, white. This board's all of a sudden got very crowded. So 2 damage and a shield. The 2 reds, 1 damage. So that was a perfect roll. They're both dead. Tuaton gets 2 more points. Gets them up to 20. They're coming, guys. We're coming. I promise. And that was that. So that was all the event. Everyone go to sleep. Well, the other, all right, Surzit, that's how you pronounce Zurzit leaves. Surzit, Surzit. Surgeons? All right, excellent. Haha, those skeletons. Love the skeletons. I mean, again, that was not bad. I didn't lose any units. I lost 1 Haven. And now these guys are actually in a fairly easy place to just wipe them out once and for all and call it a day. I didn't roll any blanks, right? Yeah, because I rolled a shield and 2 damage. So nothing else here triggered. And the red hand is away anyway underneath that. So, event phase is over. I place 1 activation token on each of these suckers. Remember, next round is going to be 2. Magebreaker is still very much alive. Butcher is awful. And the Courtesan is also awful. Woof. Banish is going to go this way. I mean, all of my Havens are definitely in jeopardy as the Renegades. I like the Renegades. How could I ever forget this? All right. Build phase. Drawing 2 feats. Well, it's actually good timing for this. I'm going to take the leadership because I'm looking ahead to my Omens roll. I want to make sure I have some control over that, and it gives my maximum chance to roll 2 shields. I think shields are still the safest thing to shoot for, and maybe I'll kind of backdoor into 4 skulls. I'm going to get 3 extra resources to use during the build phase. So I'm just going to use a die instead of figuring out what I want now. We're going to get 2 more feats as Yave. Remove 1 wall here. Pick a color of enemy dice to ignore. Ooh. I don't hate that against the Butcher. I mean, he's rolling 2 blacks in that first round. Woof. I do not hate that. Yeah, I think that's more important than an extra thing. And now we're building units. So I'm going to spend 5 7 and 3 for these two. So it's 5 for the organ and 3 and 2 for the lizard rider. So again, 5 food or 7 food total, 3 salt. I can only fit one more here. And one here. And then I can spend 2 salt for one of my legionnaires, which is fine. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. Yeah, I wonder if I try to take down the courtesan here, do I put this here? I just build all 3 of the units over there. And then with whatever's left over, I can command into the center. I have the healing potion, which is pretty strong. And then I just let the Mage Breaker take control of that. I know she's going toward the center. Oh, I still have these 3. Right. I will take a salt back. And I will spend 2 more salt to get this. So this was effectively... yeah, I'm trying to... That math makes sense, right? Right, because I'm spending 2 of that 3, and then I would get a refund of the 1. So I'll put this... I could put this here. Having a bunch of blues works really well with the Legionnaires. Yeah, I'm tempted. Tempted to try to take down the Mage Breaker. The Banish is only going to activate once. That will go there. If I put this guy here, and then whatever is destroyed, I have the healing potion. Oh, that's on my hero's hex. Yeah, I don't love the Maze Breaker coming there. I don't want to lose my havens if I can help it. All these curses, if I do the Kraken, then remember all these curses are about to activate, and they're about to ruin my life. Yeah, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 curses adjacent to the things. I don't have 2 magic. Oh, could I have gotten magic with her? No, I couldn't have. I don't have 2 magic. I can't even take the Dawn Guard lantern, which is rough. Hmm. The Kraken. Yeah, I'm about to lose a bunch of my havens with the Kraken, but I don't think that's so bad. I should have the resources to rebuild them and kind of be in a place to kind of wipe them out. So that is an argument to try to take out the banished, however. Destroy the most expensive unit. Or 2 Imperial threat here. I want to cause an uprising. Alright, I gotta build units for the 2 a ton. I think that's right. I loaded this up. I built 4 units. I put them all there. I think if I come at the courtesan, see what happens. If I have enough units that survive, I can go at the capital. A legion's gonna join out. You know, there's 2 more legions here. You know, see what happens. Even if the Mage Breaker takes over that. But again, if we do the Kraken, we're gonna have some serious problems with all of these curses. Kind of just wiping out my havens. But that won't happen until next turn. So I would still get the 6 points this turn, which I think is worth it. We're gonna build over here. I'm gonna spend I have only 2 havens on the board, and I can fit all 5 units. The question is, can I afford them? And remember, I'm gonna need food like crazy. I still like that. We're gonna spend the 3 food. I get 1 back. That's my last rider. Spend these 3 and 3 to get these 3 units, and then I'm gonna spend 3. Put the 3 plunder in, get 1 back, and then get that unit. So all my stuff's built. I will need more plunder for sure, so I can build some havens back. But again, I could turn 3 salt into 3 plunder. Not a big deal. I will fit. I have no archery at all. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2. That's everything built. What's going on with that? This is why I love this game. So many meaningful decisions, options, and the most of the time the game still shows you anyway. Decisions are the most. Pavel says decisions are the most thing board games do best. In a video game, you might make more, but each one isn't as important as one of the board game. Christopher says Uprising is great at keeping you under constant pressure. Can you ever feel comfortable in a full control of the game? Definitely not. I've never managed it. Pavel, so you might for a moment at the end of a chapter, but then the next event hits. And Christopher says it makes every victory feel super epic. Yeah. I'm really stuck. I mean, I'm really stuck with what is best. Um, but I think it does start with to be most efficient. No, I get a better idea. Let me put one of these here, and I just built it. If I go into the capital first, and then I can use my healing potion to place a destroy unit there, and then I can command into there, and I can always have my hero around. It's the most action efficient. Remember, I only have 7 actions. I do have the Dark Strider boots to help with that, but it's still not great. So I'm going to command into the capital. We're going. We're entering the 3rd round swimming or swinging. Not we could be swimming too. I don't. I mean, I am in a marsh, so we're gonna command all these dudes into the capital. So I have my dragon, hear me roar. And I have 3 blue dice, which I like, and my hero. And again, we're going here. I'm skipping the archery round because I do not want them rolling 3 white dice against me. Because I've seen this movie before. Let's see what happens now. So I am attacking in the melee phase. All right. No, I flipped the wrong thing. Or do I do the white and the blue versus the 3 whites? It's just dangerous, man. Them throwing 3 whites is really gross. But I have a marksman. And the thing is, they're effectively just adding 1 blue if I go against 3 garrisons. Yeah, I think this is the safest way. So white and a blue. So we're going to the first clash round. So I have 3 blues, a white, and a black. And we're up against 2 blues, 2 yellows, and a white. Oh, that's not the black of dreams, but I have 3 shield, and they do 4 damage. I can reroll all dice of 1 color. I'm only doing 1 damage to them. Oh, I flipped the wrong thing again. Stop doing that, Greg. I can reroll the black, or I could change this to a shield and only take... That's not going to be helpful. I have that. This allows me to reroll that. Or I can ignore that. Oh, right. Let's do that. So I'm going to use this to use this. This is once per round with the Mountain Heart to ignore this. I have 3 shield and I do 1 damage. I knock out 1, I get a point. And we just live to roll another day. So I roll the same 5 dice. They're rolling 1 less blue. Oh, they should have had a white in there. Oh, that was stupid. I somehow grabbed 3 yellows. They should have had a white. So these were all the same. So I'll just roll a white instead. It was a blank. So that's interesting. Since all the yellows are the same, I think that's got to be a fix, right? Because it's not like, oh, I wonder what I would have rolled, right? They were 2 yellows. That's now a blank. So now I can use this for something else. I can actually do this to re-roll 1 die. This is once per combat. And that's enough damage to wipe everything out. That's smarter. So I took 2 more points, and now this is devoid of any Imperial stuff. So we're going to reset this because that combat's over. So I have this access to me again. And now if there are only non-Imperial units there, all these units are there, we're going to place 1 Legion. Remember, we have 2 Legions left, and I'm hoping I can get through at least 1 of them. So the next Legion, it's coming in at what? It's coming in at threat 5. It will not have any activation tokens, though, because it's coming in the middle of the round. The Inquisitor. Place her target, place 1 Druid, reveal the possible under her. I have no more units left in my reserve, so Tree Mother can go here. That's fine. She rerolls blanks once in archery, and if she rolls a lightning bolt, every player loses 1. So she's coming in at threat level 5. And her archery roll is pretty gnarly, and she rerolls blanks. So not enamored with this by any means. Woof. Inquisitor was a rough draw. But, could have been worse. Maybe not. Maybe not much worse. She goes here. She enters the target. She enters the capital. Where are you? Inquisitor is coming here. And she has to place her target. Well, she's going to place her target on the capital. Because already have a target on one of the 2 Atan things. And already have a target on one of the Renegade Havens as well. I don't love this ranged attack. This is bad. I wish I kept hold of this, but I wanted to have all my units available, so this could be an early knockout for sure. So what 3 dice is she rolling? It's a red, a purple, and a blue. Again, re-rolling blanks once. So this is, I only get a white and a blue because I have a marksman there. And she has a red, a purple, and a blue. So my white and a blue, a damage and a shield. 4 damage. Yikes. So I have a shield for one of them, so 3 of them are going to go down. I'm going to lose these 3. We'll go into the Imperial Graveyard. She takes 1 damage, so she's down to 4. We now go to the first clash round. I'm going to roll a blue and a black. Hopefully I roll very well with this black die. And she's rolling a purple. Yeah, she didn't roll any blanks at all. So purple, a blue, 2 yellow, and a white. So I roll that. 2 damage. She rolls that. It's 2 damage to me. I could... Still going to be just 1. She has the shield. I could flip this to turn this into a shield and re-roll this die and see if I can't... Actually, no. Damage. Let me re-roll the black and see if I can't get a better roll than just 1 damage. I mean, 50% of the time it's still going to be just 1 damage, but this is a good chance to try to weaken her a little bit. In a way I like. So, just 1 damage. Woof. I gambled and I lost, because if I got this lightning bolt, I could have, again, that's once per combat. If I got the lightning bolt, I could have just ignored one of those using that, but unfortunately I did not. So I will flip this to make this a shield, and then I just lose this guy. And we go to the next round. She's rolling the same thing. I'm just rolling a black. Hopefully I get more than 1 damage. Lightning bolt is garbage. She rolls 2 lightning bolts and a shield. So she doesn't do any damage to me, which is, oh yeah, she does 1 damage. I can ignore that damage with this, but she rolled that. Every player loses 1 point. So 27 to 26. Tuatan goes from 20 to 19. And then I'll just ignore that. I'm really just trying to get a 3 or a 2 with this die. A 3 and 2 shield and 3 damage. Fine. I'm going to get 1 through. So she's down to level 3. She defeats this. After the combat, I'm going to use this. I'm going to discard the healing potion to put this guy down here. And now she is like, what's up? I'm the Inquisitor. Here I am. Come at me. So hopefully we can get through the courtesan and maybe wipe her out before the end of the round. Remember, like, if I can defeat her, defeat the next one, we flip that. That's a big 5-point game. But of course, she just cost us 2 points. But fortunately, she only rolled 1 lightning bolt instead of 2. So that was Mukla's first go at it. Next turn, he's going to come in and he's going to try to wipe out this courtesan. We're going to go to... And Mukla is now sitting in the capital with the Inquisitor saying, why did you do that to my army? You're evil. Yave is going to definitely... Ugh. I hate these Krakens. This is going to be a very interesting round, to say the least. Legion have a lot of points. Yave is going to command. I'm just very resource poor in a way that's concerning, and I don't have the Reef King out because the Reef King got put in there. So that was a rough event. So she's going to leave something back, maybe, to protect the Haven, or to just give up on that Haven. I'm just pretty aware of that the Kraken's about to start destroying a bunch of things. So we command into there. It cost me my last 2 food. The So this survivors thing is probably looking pretty useless. We're going against these two guys. I have no ranged attack, because why would I? The skeletons are rolling 2 reds against me. I'm rolling 3 whites, a purple, and a blue. 2 shield, 3 damage, 1 damage. The 2 skeletons are dead. 2 Atan get 2 points. They're up to 21. And we have cleaned out all the skeletons. So this gets discarded, and we both get 3 points. So 2 Atan goes from 21 to 24. And the renegades get from 26 to 29. We're catching you, Legion, you jerks. All right. I tried. Trying to I'm trying to flip this capital. Icebreaker poops out 1. Banish could go this way. Oh, that will work better. That's nice. That's even a better place for the banish than I first realized. These curses are pretty far out, which I don't mind. And my phone is buzzing. Cool. That's going to be impossible. I mean, the problem with bringing this guy back, yeah, I really don't love that. I don't love giving the courtesan a black die against me. Especially as I'm kind of out of. The only feat advantage I have over the courtesan is going to be the blue die in archery. And she's got a full 7 levels. But yeah, I give her a black die. I mean, she could easily have a field day here. I'm so low on food over here. Oh, the courtesan's so weird. I mean, I could just. I definitely want to face the butcher in my home hex. That's not going to help. I think building a haven there is a waste of time. Well, I guess the curse could move that way, and this curse would move that way. I could make that work. You can activate in whatever order you want. What's the most dice? Oh, I have the reroll capability. Let me not bring him back. I know it's kind of bananas. I'm going to bring the blues back. They all died in that thing. So if you look at this, after combat, any one of your units destroyed there. So I had all those units were destroyed in that combat. And I just don't want to give a black die to the courtesan. It's too powerful. So unfortunately, I did not roll it very well against the Inquisitor, but I still got a chance. I mean, I'm wondering if I can get the resources to try to get. I had to get rid of those skeletons because they were annoying. If I can get the resources, I could try to command here and then command into the capital. And that'd be a strong play. And then Tuatan could potentially take out the Inquisitor. But I need 4 resources. I need 4 food for that. And none of this stuff is giving me resources. Now I can get 1 food from there. There's an argument to not have built one of these riders that I built. I need more resources. Oh, I'm adjacent to any hex too. That's helpful. That is helpful. So I could, in theory, go move to where Mukla is and then trade and get a bunch of food from him. Pretty quickly. If I move trade, move explore, command, but then I'm not there. Which wouldn't give me one of these, but we could potentially wipe out the Inquisitor before the Inquisitor becomes really unruly. The trading does not end my turn. It's still Muckla's turn, isn't it? Alright, let me do Muckla's turn first. Muckla's gonna command into here with the courtesan. So we have 2 blues, a white, and 2 yellows. And we're going against the garrison first. So I'm in there as well. The garrison is only rolling 1 white die. Oh, I can't command in there yet. Haha, lying. I move explore because that is unexplored. So I'll just keep those off to the side. They're technically here. And we can't command this from unexplored hex. We flip this. We gain 2 plunder. If empty, place 2 garrisons. It's not empty. So instead we reinforce. It's a woods, which is bad. Each player gains 1 basic unit on a haven or empty any empty explored hex. That's useless. All my basic units are either in the graveyards or on the board already. So I'll put Mukla down. So again, sorry about that confusion. I'm going to move, trade. When I trade, I get assault. So I move to where Mukla was. I'm going to trade with him. I'm going to take a bunch of plunder. So you get assault right off the bat, then you can trade any number of resources and items. I will give Mukla I don't want to give him anything else. That's fine. He doesn't need any resources really. He's fine. So move, trade. Do I want to give some? I'll also give some plunder to Tuatan. And then I'm gonna, neither of those ended my turn. We're gonna move again. Again, I'm adjacent everywhere, and then we're gonna explore here. This flips. It is oh, what a crappy tile that is. Oh, I can get in there. Never mind. I can put that there. So if empty, place one skeleton. If not, reinforce. We get a third thing. Roll your hero dice, gain 1 salt per thing, and 2 salt to Mukla. So rolling hero dice, it is a purple, 2 blues, and a yellow. I'm looking for skulls. I rolled 3 skulls, and so I get 3 salt. And I can put this here. And there are now 3 of these babies on there. I think this will work. Other than the fact that I'm not rolling any archery. And they're rolling 3 whites against me, which could be pretty bad. Okay. Yeah, those 3 garrisons could be a problem. Hopefully the white dice don't totally wreck me. Going in. If they only knock out one of my stone shells, that's fine. If they knock out more than one, it's going to be a problem. Now we go to Mukla. We're going to command. Now I'm going to spend that food. And we're commanding into here. It's woods, so they're going to get to reroll. I get to reroll, so I'm rolling a white and a blue since I have a marksman there, and I have the Imperial marksman. They're rolling 2 whites. Again, they reroll blanks. I can reroll up to 2 dice. They reroll this, so that's fine. I can reroll this. They have a shield. I'm going to reroll this too. Maybe I want 2 shields. They reroll up to 2 dice. I think that actually combos. So they're going to reroll this blank again. I forget what the rerolls. If Pablo's still there, Pablo, if you can let me know, like, do they reroll 1 blank twice, or they just reroll up to 2 dice and that's final answer? I think they roll 1 die. I can think they can reroll a 1 die twice. Rerolls. Oh. They only reroll blanks. Yeah, it doesn't say or 1 die 2 times. I'm just not sure. Ugh. Report. That's spam. They can't with 1 ability. Got it. Cool. Thank you. Remove. Is that true for everything, Pavel? Because like, I've been confused with like the banish. They have 1 reroll for revealed druid. Will they not reroll the same die multiple times? Is interesting. Survivor's got a bit of a buff. It's now a flip since we had the same issue you're running into with it. Cool. When you solve the instruction on the druid, you can grab an ability feed to gain your food. Solve the instructions on the druid. Oh. Nice. They can't roll the same dice with 1 ability. If you had the Inquisitor in the Woods, she could do it. And only blanks. No, they will never roll the same die twice more than once with any reroll effect. Only if you have more than 1 effect that could reroll. Alright, cool. That's good to know. Yeah, I think I've been making the banish super OP then. So basically they're just rerolling blanks once. Cool. I appreciate the clarification. So uh-oh, what the heck did I roll? I forget. I think that was a shield and the damage. They did a shield and a damage. I think it all negated. I'm pretty sure because I re-rolled both my dice, so I got a shield. So no damage was done by either side, and now they're rolling a blue. I'm pretty sure that's right. Someone can let me know if I had that wrong, but I know I re-rolled the blue for a reason. I'm pretty sure I was happy with the result. Now I have 2 yellow, 2 blue, and a white and a red. Against the garrisons, they're rolling a white, 2 yellow, and a blue. Those are my dice. That's a million. That's 2. I have 2 shield. I have more than enough damage to defeat the 2 of them. That gives me 2 points. And then I have the 1 lightning bolt, which honestly sucks because I can't do anything with it other than negate their food. Oh, that's cool. The new bandit just rerolls 2 dice every time instead of number of revealed cards. That made sense. I was thinking there were a couple of things. Like there's a stage 1 event. I don't know if you guys changed this at all. If I can kind of digress a little bit, where it allows you a chance to reveal a druid, but all the druids are now they start revealed. It's like, yeah, roll the hero dice, like the 3 bloody comets. I don't know if you guys did anything with that because now the fact that all the druids are starting revealed. But I'm assuming that's all going to be in the update with the next Kickstarter. So like I'm just kind of looking forward to getting all that crap. That's fine. So now we have to go against the courtesan, right? Because we defeated the 2 garrisons, and now it's up against the courtesan. So in the archery phase, I get a white and a blue with rerolls. The courtesan gets a white and a blue with rerolls. They're only rerolling blanks, and again, they only reroll once, which is helpful to know. If she rolls lightning bolts, that's bad. I don't roll many lightning bolts, so that's shouldn't be that awful with her. Right. So I rolled that. I can re-roll 2. She only re-rolls this 1 blank. That's awful. I can re-roll this. Great. No damage because I have a shield. She only did 1 damage. No damage to her either. We now go to the clash range phase. We're doing the same dice on both sides. So two yellows, a red, 2 blues, and a white. She's getting 2 yellows, a red, 2 blues, and a white. It's the Spider-Man meme in in Uprising. Woo! I need to get lucky. Give me 7 damage. Ooh, that's a lot more damage. I can reroll all dice of 1 color. She's effectively doing 3 damage to me. I'm effectively doing 2 damage to her. Woof. I can reroll all dice of 1 color. I don't know if there's a great way to do that. Yeah, there seems to be very little point. There's not much upside to that. Man, I want to kill the courtesan so bad. I could do that. Woof. Alright, I'm going to take away the red. She rolled 5 damage. Ah, it's so gross. I mean, I can re-roll the blues, but like, there's really no great point. I think I just have to take the 2 damage to her. I just think that makes the most sense. So let me get rid of the red because the red is hurting me for sure. That goes Imperial Graveyard. The white and the blue will also go away. So it's a blue and 2 yellows versus a blue and 2 yellows. She's down to 5. Red, blue, white. This is like, I always feel like I'm like one away from like super big misstep, and this is feeling like it for sure. Oh. Wow, that's just incredible. 3 damage for her. 3 damage for me. It's fine. We'll take her down to 2. Oh, I could do that. I'm dead. All my guys. Alright, new plan. New plan with Yave. It's going to be resource expensive, but I think this is going to make the most sense. And we're kind of leaving my home turf a little bit weaker as a result of how this is going to have to go. But this is it. I'm going to command with 2 food. And I'm going to bring these guys back here with me. Mukla. Mukla has 3 more things. Oh, he actually has 4 more things. Woof. And not much to do with it because he's just chilling here. I mean, what can I build? I mean, I have all my stuff's in the graveyard. I can't build anything. Like, literally every single one of my units is in the graveyard. Every single one of... So, yeah, the survivors? No, there are no survivors. I mean, I can quest, but that's not high likelihood. Yeah, I'm never getting plus. I'm never getting 2+. Like, neither one of those is great. I can try to buy something. Imperial defectors or the Zerzit leaves. So I'll buy the Zerzit leaves. That could be helpful. Next item. That's a market action. Ooh, gain 5 food every other play gets 2. I don't hate that. We're going to command 2 food. Remember, the sea tower is connected to everywhere. All these dudes are coming in. They're going to try to finish off the courtesan. We have no range dice, therefore she has no range dice. We are going to roll 3 white. Actually, do I want to bring all of these guys in? Yes. 3 white, a blue, and a purple. Ugh. Not going to bring the purple in. 3 white and a blue versus 3 white and a blue. Yeah, I don't want to give her the purple. Then she adds activation. So 3 white and a blue for the 2 Atan. Again, we're fighting here. Mukla is like, hey, what's going on? Good to see you. I missed you. That's a garbage roll. I'm going to take this 3 white and a blue for the courtesan. I'm going to, I rolled a blank. I'm going to treat it as that. I'm going to ignore this. I block the other one. I do 1 damage to the courtesan. Again, we're doing 3 white and a blue again versus 3 white and a blue. The 2 Atan rolls that. That's garbage. I got a shield. Oh, she rolls another one. 2, so I'm going to treat the blank as this is once per round. I'm going to ignore one of those. I block the other one. 3 white and a blue. 1 damage, 1 shield. Another white. So 3 damage to me. I'm going to get the blank, do the thing, and we will ignore one of those. So I just take 1 damage. So I lose one of my stone guys. That's going to go there. but the courtesan is finally defeated. So I rolled pretty bad that I ended up losing a unit there, but could have been worse. Since we defeated the courtesan, we're going to roll our hero dice, and that's going to determine how many things we get. So we're going to roll our purple, 2 blues, and a yellow. I'm chasing after skulls. I rolled 1 skull, so I get 1 point. Not the roll of dreams, but the courtesan is dead, which means she's not going to defeat the haven for the renegades. All my units are dead. All right, done. Muckla's like, well, that was fun. Glad to see someone is competent. Man, I think I still take out the Inquisitor too. This is so crazy. And we're only going to have 2 havens on the board. I hate it. It's just not a lot of points, but I'm going to be getting the points. I get no points from the Inquisitor either. Oh, it's so gross. It's really bad. Really bad. All right. The mutant is going to spend 1 point to trade, which gives me a thing, and then I will take more salt. I'll take 1 more salt as well. And then we're going to go to the market. Remember, the trade action does not end my turn. I'll spend the 3 to get this. The dragon fruits. Next item, I'm immediately going to turn. Oh, so flip that. If I have 1 leadership or 1 lead, I can flip this to place a wall and a tower on any haven. I'm going to immediately turn the dragon fruits in to gain 5 food and give 2 food to Eve. Ve's now going to spend her last point and the 2 food she just got to command into the capital. We're going for it. Now remember, I can command from any adjacent region. This is also adjacent because it's a sea tower. I didn't want to bring him in because the courtesan, because then the courtesan would have had a lot more chance of getting lightning bolts, and lightning bolts are no bueno. So we're in the capital against the Inquisitor. We're in a ranged phase. The Inquisitor is rolling a purple and 2 blues, and is re-rolling blanks. Oh, that's just super special. Woof. You got a better idea. Let me have defeated the crab rider, and I'll keep the stone shell around, and you'll see why. So that it's a blank. That's interesting. So 2 damage. Could have been worse. So they're both out. We are now going to the melee phase. It's a purple, a blue, a yellow, and a white. I lost 2 of my stone shells, so I get those 2 whites because of the stone shell skill. Additionally, I'm going to get another white because I have 1 stone shell left, and I'll get a purple because I have a harpooner. And don't necessarily want to use that yet, but let's see. Hopefully we can get 3 damage through. That's not terrible. 3 damage. Woof. That's worse. So I block 1 damage. I can get a blank to do that to ignore this. So I take no damage. I do 1 damage. The Inquisitor is now rolling the same 4 dice. I'm rolling the same 4 dice. And we just need to get 2 through. Oh, man, was there any other way to do that? No. Nope. Oh, I do not roll the same 4 dice. I lose these 2 because these stone shells were defeated 2 rounds ago. I just need to get 2 damage on this sucker. Yikes. Well, that's less impressive. I could discard this to give both of us a black. I really want to kill the courtesan. I want her to go. Chances of me rolling 2 hits are pretty bad. Yeah, Urn of Malice. Let's make it happen. So we're adding a black to both of us. I just want to get 2 damage through. Wow, 3 lightning bolts. Oh, that's so garbage. That's really bad. And I am super dead. Wow, that was grotesque. Well, I can use this lightning bolt to re-roll anything that doesn't show lightning bolts. There's a damage. I can use this to negate her defense. And I can use this other lightning bolt to do nothing. I literally have no other lightning powers because she has 2. She has 1, he has 2. So she's down to 1 and she's still alive, which is super gross. That was just some bad rolling. I really want her to go away. Go away. Yikes. Well, shoot. Dead and dead. And I have no units left. They're all here. Yeah, I think the Imperials are going to take this one. I don't know how I can pull this out. I still really wanted to try to get that capital. I just wasn't able to. If I could get to the last one, I would have felt a lot better. There's only 1 legion left there. We shall see, but they still got these 2 guys on the board. We're gonna go to, I still have 1 more turn. I'm gonna do a market. I'm gonna spend this, and I'm gonna get the Imperial Defectors. Actions, every player places 1 basic unit on any of their havens, and that's fine. We should be all the way down here. We're activating the Nemesis. The Butcher is going to poop out a garrison. It goes here. It comes in here. This is going to combat. So combat's happening on my home hex. My hero is not there, so I will not have access to all my powers, which is a little unfortunate. We're going to go to the melee phase. We're not on a Badlands, otherwise he'd gain 3 whites, but he has 2 blues. I'm sorry, archery phase. So he has 2 blues in archery. I have just the white from my tower. That's it. The rest of my stuff is not archery. Now this will still apply. The stone shells, which is good, but because again, it doesn't have to be in my hero's hex. And remember, I can still do this coral specs as well. So I have 1 shield. That's 1 damage. So no damage gets through. We go to the melee phase, or clash phase. I get a purple die, a white die, a blue die, a white die, a blue die, a white die, and a blue die. Again, 7 dice total because 5 units, and then the wall and the tower. The Butcher gets 2 black dice. The 2 white dice become 2 red dice become white dice, and then we have a blue die. That's 2 damage and a lightning bolt. The lightning bolt says remove a haven from here or in an adjacent hex. Well, that's super awesome. That happens. Oh, I gotta look at the timing of that. I might not be able to use the coral spikes. Oh my gosh, what a garbage roll. What a garbage roll. So, before rolling, 4 damage. Yeah, it's not even, it doesn't even make sense for me to use it here anyway. So the Haven's out. This is once per combat. So the 2 of town are going to have no Havens left. I can use the 1 shield to negate all that damage. I've shielded everything else. And then I can use this other one to reroll all my dice that don't show, or any of my dice that don't show things. I can reroll this. I'll keep as a shield, which negates that. I've negated that. I've shielded that. We've already applied that. And then I can reroll all the ones that don't show lightning bolts. So I'll reroll this one. I'll leave that other blue. Awful. I do 2 damage total. I could have just negated their shield too, but it's the same. It would have worked out the same. Because I rolled 1 extra thing, I could have negated the shield. So I do 2 damage. They block 1, so 1 damage to the butcher, so they're down to 6. And they've taken away my Haven, because they're garbage. Alright, they're rolling a black, 3 whites, and a blue. So I'll roll my dice and we'll have to add a white die to there. I still have my same 7 dice. No lightning bolts this time. We're adding a white to there. Remember, their reds become whites. So I have 3 damage and 2 shield. They have 2 damage and 2 shield. No lightning powers. I didn't lose anything. So yeah, all this is right. So I'm not on my hero's hex, so that doesn't apply. So I basically just do 1 damage to them. So they're down to round 5. They're going to have 4 whites and a blue. So they're no longer have black dice. So that makes this a lot easier. So I'm going to roll this. I'm going to go. I have an extra shield. Remember that. So I'll take my shield back. I have 3 damage, 2 lightning bolts, and 2 shield. They have 4 shield and a damage. So I blocked this one. That's fine. I will use a lightning bolt to negate one of their shields. And I'll use the other lightning bolt to reroll all my non-lightning bolts. So I'll roll this one. So they have 3 shields right now. I'm just doing 3 damage. So we totally... Or... I blocked. I can negate 2 of their shields. That makes sense. So 3 damage against 2 shields. So 1 down. So they're rolling 4 whites and a blue again, the way the math works out. I'm rolling 3 whites, 3 blues, and a purple. It's going to be one of those crazy elongated battles. I have a shield and a skull. Just remembering that. Again, I'll put the shield and the skull over here. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage and 3 shields. They have 4 damage and 1 shield. 4 shields and 1 damage. So my 5 damage, 1 gets through. We're just going to do this the slow way. They have 3 whites and a blue. I have the same 7 dice. So this being on the swampland is huge. All right, I have 1 more damage. I'll take the 1 damage over here. That should be enough. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 damage. Then I have 1 shield. The butcher is super dead. All right, butcher's target gets removed, and Tuaton gets 4 points. They go from 25 to 29. Done and done. These come out. This is a especially crazy game. All these come in. Butcher is done. All right, Mage Breaker is going to activate. It's going to go here. It's going to take away this Haven. and I gambled to try to get the capital. Thought that was a little bit more important than the Haven. Magebreaker's done. Inquisitor has no activation tokens. The Banished is going to move. Oh, the Magebreaker would have pooped out a garrison. The Banished is now going to go here. It's tackling the garrison. It rerolls 1 blank. Let me reset all these dice. The Magebreaker is rolling. Nope, sorry. The Banished is rolling 2 blues, and the garrison's rolling 1 white. It rerolls blanks. It's 1 damage, 1 shield, 1 shield. So we go to the clash round. 1 white and 1 blue for the garrison. The Magebreaker is rolling a purple, a red, and 3 whites. That's that. It's a shield. It doesn't matter. So it destroys it in multiple ways. It's destroy the most expensive unit. The garrison would be a unit that's destroyed, and that's going to go in the chaos graveyard. What a crazy round! All right, well, Yvette's proud of her little peeps. Kind of held down the fort, but we still lost the Haven because because the butcher's awful. This comes off. And now we go to the production phase. So I'm going to double production wherever I have a Haven that's still up. So 4, 4, and 1 of each. So we're going to get 6 food, 6 plunder, and 2 salt. 2 salt, 6, 6. You know what? When I traded, I would have taken 3 more salt because what's her name is pretty good with salt. No, yeah, she's better with salt than me. She's gonna get like no resources. Never mind, that ain't gonna work. Wow, we got problems, kids. We do have this at least, so we'll see. We're gonna go to the Tuatan 112 plus 2, so it's 3 salt, 1 plunder, and 2 food. We're never getting our Reef King on the board, which is super sad. That's done. Scoring phase. The Empire is going to score 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 plus 4. Scoring 11 total gets it up to 45. Take all my units back. Getting them back on the board is going to be a problem because I have no resources. Third round for me is like always a key round. And I think it's like if I wasn't like hell bent on taking back the capital, I think I could play a more defensive game and just try to hold on for like a victory. But I really wanted the capital, especially with the Legion having all of its points early. But that's fine. These 2 still stay. The Courtesan's marker can come out. Just rolling really bad against the Courtesan, and having to go with Tuatan over there. Rolling so bad that I didn't wipe her out. Like, there's just a few things that just didn't really combo well together. So that's done. The Banish is still on the board as well. We're going to score for the Chaos. The Chaos is going to get... Oh, when the Banished moved, he pooped out a curse. So I forgot to do that. Yeah, I did do that for the Butcher. And then I just didn't do it for the Magebreaker and the Banished. So there's 9 curses on the board, 1 Horde, so that's 10 points, plus 6 points, so 16 points for them. That gets them up to 39. That goes there. Get my units back. And now we can do the players. We're going to get 6 points, 7 points for the Renegades. Oh, yeah, 7 points for the Renegades. So 31 to 38. And only 3 points for the Tuatan, 29 to 32. We're going to roll our dice. So I'm rolling 1 blue, 3 whites, and a red, hoping for 2 shields. and did not get it. Oh man, I roll so good. Oh, I gotta add an any one die outside of combat. That's why I got this. I'm gonna roll the blue because I'm going for shields, and I still didn't get it. That's great. So woof and woof and more woof. Alrighty then. So I only get the top one. I'm just gonna roll the die. It's a D6, and it's the Harvester. So the Kraken's still gonna win. The Harvester says place 2 skeletons with no on anything with no X. Empty hex with no X is here. Then discard 1 card from the quest deck for every player. Don't see the full problem with that. That's fine. And that goes up there. We go to the next round. We reveal a drew card. We don't. We flip all face down cards face up. We are going to regain our things. I get 7. To Yve gets 8. We're going to deal 3 new items. Oh, this should have been replaced. It is the cursed dice. I mean, you don't have to tell me twice. We get this. It is the Wetten's eye patch. Add a red to anything outside of combat. You can pay a salt to gain 1 in archery, but I need magic. Could be good for Yve. And then Leviathan Harpoon, you need 3 might. I don't have 3 might with any of these dudes. Draw 3 new quests. This stays. It has to be solved. This can go away. We're going to reveal this. It is the Tua that allies. It's a 3/1/2. If you solve it, take this card in combat on Marsh. You gain a blue die, and then strike at dawn. It's a 4/1/2. If I solve it, 1 Legion Horde loses 2 threat. That's great. We're gonna add 2 threat to all legions and hordes in play. We're passing the first player token as well. So the Inquisitor goes back to 3, the Mage Breaker goes back to 7, and the Banished can't go anymore, so it gets 2 points instead. It's now at 41. The first player is now Yve. She's drawing this card. This card says... So we're ignoring the bottom half because we're playing with the Arch-Nemesis rules. As time passed, many different tribes, clans, and herds and noble houses adapted to the order of things, and life flourished. Each player may place a thing on the trade action to draw a feat. Nope, that's not something I want to do. I want my actions, please. And now we're going to resolve the rest of this. So we look at here, the Kraken's in the lead. So that means the Kraken is entering the game, and we're going to have some instructions. One ancient cult held that the world was round, like a great fish egg, and like an egg, it was growing something within it. The beast they named the Kraken, and said when it birthed it, it would devour all life as it grew. Curses are now units. This can start a combat. They do not go to the graveyard, nor are they worth any victory points. Place 1 activation token per player on this card, and activate the Kraken once in the event phase and the Nemesis phase. Do not remove activation tokens. The Kraken is not a horde, but an Arch-Nemesis. We're in the event phase, so we're going to activate the Kraken. Remove all hexes with a curse from the game. Removing this. No other hexes have curses that can be removed. Activate all curses following the rules for activated skeletons. So, this curse is going to go to where there's the most enemies, and I'll just kind of work around in a clockwise fashion. I'm going to lose 3 havens when it's all said and done, which is not great. So this curse comes in here. Now there is no archery against the Kraken, so these curses, we are just basically fighting against going right to the clash rounds, which is pretty gross because they are rolling 3 black dice. 3 black dice. See how it's done. So I am going to clash with a white. Oh, you know what? I was cheating. I can't refigure it. There's no way. But I was probably sorry. I was rolling a white and a blue as if I still had the wall and the tower the entire last time against the butcher, and I didn't. I definitely didn't. So that's a problem. Sorry about that. Hold on one sec. Also, the advantage just right. Bloody comments. If you seed, you now get to replace one druid in your game with one from the box. You could get the blood of the Thon with the instructions of the druids to get all the units out of the graveyard. Oh geez, 3 bolts is weird. I've literally no idea what's going on. I've never seen this game before, but nice to see you're doing like usually too, says the space people. What's up, dude? CA filler frog, bad dice rolls the core mechanic of the game. Battle Mazar, the new Aether mechanic, lets you do a bunch of rerolls, which honestly isn't even that useful, but at least you'll feel much worse when your second roll also fails. But honestly, the ability to activate druids at will is pretty awesome. Madi, wow, how long is this game? I went away in the middle, played the Volkai's Return, came back, you're still playing. Killer Frog, that's why you sell extra dice to replace the cursed ones in the box. Pavlos, if you actually are giving away dices for free in most campaigns. Killer Frog, I take a bag. Pavel says it depends on how good you know the game. Dirk knows it's not going to finish the game in 2 hours if we really try, but playing 2 factions of solo might take a little bit longer, and it's 4 chapters. You can just set over 2 or 3 chapters. You want a quicker game. Who let the dogs out? The 2 Atan allies also got a bit of a buff. You can now discard and then clash to gain 1 shield per blank you roll. Don't worry about it. It's not that important of being correct all the time. Thank you, Pavel. Hold on one sec. I'll be right back. So yeah, for the record, I just want to Madi's comment. Yeah, like this is an especially long game. I think just the way the combats have worked out, some of the decisions have been very awkward. I mean, second and third event both threw a lot at me, and it wasn't always the easiest decision to decide what to do next. Oof. Yeah. So no archery phase. I'm going to have it's a 3 black dice. Yeah, what I meant when I cheated. So I should have not been rolling a white and a blue. I don't know how much it mattered. I mean, it wasn't rolling especially well for the butcher, so probably the math gets a little different. Maybe I lose a stone shell, so I should have been rolling 5 dice instead of rolling 7 every turn. But I was getting enough like shields and stuff. Like again, the dude wasn't bringing it. It wasn't. He was rolling mostly whites. I mean, it's like really hard to figure. I mean, I'm gonna lose a lot of my characters here now. So we have the 3 blacks for the Kraken. I have 2 whites, a blue, a purple, and another blue. So again, I don't have the tower or the wall anymore, which is, a thing I needed to remember. So the 3 blacks for the Kraken. Ugh. Of course I rolled that because that's awful. Getting a lightning bolt against a Kraken is what you definitely do not want to do. And I just rolled like utter trash. So, great. That was a bad roll. And my hero's not there, so I can't do anything with the blanks. Wow. So the Kraken does 2 damage, adds an activation token. It also gets 2 shield. The 2 shield means that I can't break through to do any damage to it. I can negate that and block the other one, so I take no damage, and all it does, it gets the activation, and then we go to another round. Oh, 7 billion damage. I blocked 2. It doesn't matter. At least I kill the Kraken, but it's going to come back. But it definitely kills all of my units. And those will go in the Chaos Graveyard. Woof. So all my units are out. Next, Kraken is vicious. This one's going to activate and go here. This one's going to activate and doesn't have a good place to go. Again, when you activate skeletons, priority, empty hex with a haven, empty hex with a few enemy units, and empty hex any other hex. So we'll just put it in with the banish, even though it's not empty. This sucker is going to go here. They're going to combat. Again, you skip archery. It's 3 blacks versus a white and a blue for the 1 garrison there. Oh, golly. Another activation token gets added. 2 shield. I block both the damage. It has 2 shield. Oh, it actually you roll 2 lightning bolts, so it negates one of those. So the 2 damage goes through and kills the garrison. That goes in the Chaos Graveyard. This guy comes in here, wipes out this haven. This guy comes in here, wipes out this haven. This guy is going to go, it cannot go further away from the capital. There's 3 threat here, there's 3 garrisons here, so we'll have it go here. It's going to be 3 black versus 2 blue, 2 yellow, and a white. This is for the garrisons, this is for the Kraken. 4 damage and a shield, 3 damage. So 2 damage gets through. These go in the Chaos Graveyard, and then the Kraken is defeated. So 2 curses were defeated. I don't know. They're about to add 4 more back to the board. So having that add up is super gross. This dude going to activate here, kills that. So the Teotihuacan have no more. And then this dude will go, I could have done it this way, Haven, and then this one's going to move any other hex. It could just move there. Because it doesn't have to move closer. It's just going to move. It prefers an empty hex over this. And actually, speaking of that, this guy would just go here because again, it prefers an empty hex over. It doesn't have to go closer. It's just as long as it doesn't go further away. So at the end of that, the Kraken is going to, for each activation token here, place a curse in an empty hex. And I'll just keep them far away from the center of the board. That's fine. This Haven's in trouble. And the Kraken, I'll just leave this card out here. All right. We're going to place 2 activation tokens on every Horde and Legion. So 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Still have some hope of taking over the capital. Woof. Problem is Muckla's gotta build units at that haven. And then since I have no havens up to Teotihuacan, I have to go to an empty hex. And I have to build units there. The only empty hex, I think it's an empty hex without an X. So I think I have to go back to my home turf. Game concepts, build phase, faction actions, general, chapters, refresh. Build. You have no even space here on any explored empty hex and build your units there. I mean, that's also considered explored. So I could do that. I actually prefer that, I think. I prefer that, I think. So really, in the end, it doesn't matter. I mean, the Butcher, even if I had a few less units, the Butcher was going to be defeated eventually, and then the Kraken just wiped them all out. So would have been the same end result. We're going to the draw 2 feats, keep 1. Muckla. You may remove 1 wall or tower instead of a unit. Discard this to ignore a Legion or a Horde's immediate effect. Targets are placed normally. I like that. That's how that'll be health. That would be important if I can take over the capital. Yave, draw 2 feats, keep 1. Clash. I'll flip this to double my shields. I don't know if the resources are going to be great for me. No. I'm going to get the resources. I want to get the Reef King on the board. And we'll go with Might. Because why not? So I get a wild of 3 resources. Building units. I'm going to spend 5 for the Elite Warrior. He's got to go here. I'm going to spend 6 plunder. I get 2 back. I'm going to spend 3 food. I get 1 back. I'll spend this 5 before that gets confusing. I'm going to get my dinosaur back. Because, you know, he's a dinosaur. Might just try to take on the Mage Breaker directly. The Mage Breaker is definitely coming here. I can turn this 3 plunder into a salt. Oh man. And I'll turn this 3 plunder into another salt, and I'll spend 4 salt to get 2 of these guys. And we're gonna go all Legionnaires all the time. Building over here, I'm gonna spend. Man, she's gonna be out of food. It's fine. I'm gonna spend 5 food, including the 3 extra resources I just got, and 4 salt. It might not be the strategically sound thing to do, but I want the Reef King, and I can move to an Explored Hex, and we're putting the Reef King there. And then I'll spend 3 and 3, and we'll add these 3 guys here. And that leaves me with 3 salt and a plunder. All right. You should really send you a plastic spec. They're pretty awesome. Yeah, I ordered them in the next Kickstarter for sure. So I'm excited about that. Man, the first time I playtested the Kraken was such an epic feeling. This giant creature is consuming the Isles of Hazor from underneath the ice. It really felt so alive. Killer Frog, what expansions do you recommend to add to the game the first time someone plays it? The space people, the Romans didn't care about the exact shape of their dice, how uneven they were, and how they were weighted. They just believed the bad rolls were down to fate. I wonder what Greg has done to upset the gods. I mean, where do I start, guys? You should get a blessing of the old gods then, says Pavel. Yeah, I ordered all gameplay. Now, if you guys want to send me the non-gameplay stuff, like, you know, the nicer tokens and, like, you know, the bells and whistles, I'd be all about it. But yeah, I definitely I wanted to support you guys, and I bought all the blessings, all the new items, all of it. In the most recent Kickstarter, so, or Crack Game Found. So I'm really excited about it all, man. All right, let's make this happen, dude. Oh my gosh, the score is crazy. Crazy. This banished is annoying. The fact that a Mage Breaker is before the banished, yeah, oh man. I'm worried I'm gonna get the capital and then just lose it right back to this ugly, grotesque monster creature being thing. I need food. Ugh. Druids. Yeah, I'm just food poor. Which is one argument to not build the Reef King. But having a black die in ranged feels really good. I mean, yeah, it's going to be a short round. if I build, I don't have a haven. And I'm just muckless and have a hard time getting in there, man. It's really rough. It's really rough. Nemesis, you're in for a treat for sure. Killer Frag, I think the blessings for sure. They really help you come back from bad situations. That's one I didn't order. I will. They're a bit pricey, that's for sure. Yeah, I think the backstory, Pablo, you correct me if I'm wrong, and I see, I think that's probably Dirk hanging around. I think the backstory, you guys released the blessings as a way to make up for the Kickstarter shipping prices, which I really appreciate, man. I mean, companies responded to that. That was a really tough time for a lot of companies I know, and I think the way you guys responded is like, hey, we're gonna give you something, can you help us out? I thought was like such a cool like approach, and like the more I learned about Nemesis.Games, the more excited I was to kind of work with you, you know, and getting some playthroughs out. The next best thing to add are the advanced druids with Aether, then the mercenaries. Yeah, whatever gameplay stuff I don't have yet is currently being produced in a factory near you, or not so near you. I don't have resources, and that's a problem. I mean, I could not. I mean, the fact that it cost them 2 to get anywhere is really bad. Really bad. Those items are kind of garbage. Oh, I can move and trade with Muckla, my friend Mucky. Mucky Muck. Mucky, how are you feeling? Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to move. We're going to get here. We're going to trade. I get assault right off the bat. I'm taking 2 of your food. And then I'm going to command. I don't have a haven, so that's not going to be useful for me. Then I'm going to command and spend the 2 food I just got. And we're going to war with the Inquisitor, who needs to just go down. So she's rolling a blue and 2, no, purple and 2 blue. She rerolls blanks once. I'm rolling a black. Yes, come on, 3 damage. Oh, ask and you shall receive. All right, 1 damage and a shield. She rerolls blanks. Still a blank. I'm gonna lose Clamshell Boy. We do 2 damage to her. Oh, those should have. That happened during the event phase. That's right. Those I lose Clamshell Boy, but I get an extra white next turn, and she's down to 1. Deja vu. She's rolling a blue, a purple, and a white. The best part about the Inquisitor is she gives you no points. That's going to be super awesome. I get a black and 2 whites and another white for the Clamshell Boy that I lost last turn. Stone Shell. He's a turtle. He's not a clam. I got to get these things right. I'm really bad with crustaceans, guys. I'm sorry. So this is here. The combat's happening here, by the way. Just for anyone who's not aware. Bam. That's... It's so bad. Like, it's such a bad roll on, like, an astounding level. That was from last turn. Oh, man. What did I do to make the gods upset is the question. Alrighty, then. Well, the Inquisitor makes us all lose 1 point, so that's super fun. Because, you know, we have points to give, apparently. I'm going to re-roll everything that doesn't show a thing. Alright, I'm going to negate that shield and re-roll anything that doesn't show a thing with the Watcher. No, I can't do that. I'm not negating that shield. I rolled blank so I can get... Oh, right. I can. I rolled blank so I get another thing. Since I get another lightning bolt, I'm going to use that for the Watcher to re-roll these guys. And I'm going to use this shield to block that. I'm going to use this to negate that shield. That's totally legit. Give me at least 1 damage. Yes, 1 damage. Ask and you shall receive. This dude is dead. And I drop something. Oh, I got it. Look at me. This goes here. The Inquisitor gives me absolutely 0 points, but this druid that she was holding from us gets back on the map. The Tree Mother can be really helpful considering my current situation with resources and units that are still on my boards. Great. So I'm still here. I don't know why I'm making these guys stand up. Sit down. Just stay calm. We're going to put these here, this, white, purple, black. Okay, Inquisitor, out. It's empty. Not so much. It's the Imperial Guard! Sorry, the Imperial Guard comes in at level 7, because of course he does. Place 1 garrison on every hex. Nope, forget that. I'm going to discard this to ignore a Legion or Horde's immediate effect. And this is a feat, so we'll just kind of put this over here. He is not on Badlands. He has a redonkulous amount of shield, and this is going to be super interesting. So let's get to it. So the Imperial Guard, where are you? And we're going to place his target. The Inquisitor's target can come off. Imperial Guard's target is going to go where? The Imperial Guard's target. There are no havens that it can go on except for this one. So that would get a target. And actually the Inquisitor's target probably should have... Nope. The Courtesan's target was on Mukla, so yeah, that made sense. Alright, Imperial Guard coming out. We have archery. The Imperial Guard's archery is a white and 2 blues against a black because I have a giant crab thing that I want to take a ride on. And give me 3 damage! No, that's 1 damage. Uh-oh. Ugh! 2 damage. Rough. My 2 crabby dudes go away, but I get 2 extra white dice because of the stone shell. And so you have 2 whites, a black, and that's it. The Imperial Guard is rolling 3 purples, 2 blues, and a red. Why do I think this is not going to end well? I don't know. You know what I should have done? I could still do it. Let me take another plunder from Mukla when I trade it. I can go and build a haven there. Oh, this is bad. Alright. Imperial Guard rolls 5 damage. Well, you know, could have been worse. Not much worse. Pretty bad. So, bam! Ugh, just 2 damage. No blanks. That's fine. Imperial Guard's down to 5. I mean, I don't know. The building a haven probably makes no sense though too, because these stupid Kraken things are gonna just wreck them. Done. And Yave is like, uh-oh, all my units are... Oh, I'm putting them in the wrong jail, ain't I? Yup. They should be... Oh, 5 of them should be here. A few should be there. It doesn't matter. In the end, I think it was, what, a black and 3 whites? Yeah, that makes sense. That's how that goes. Inquisitor is out. Imperial Guard is here. We're going to go to Mukla. Mukla's going to discard the Imperial Defectors. Is going to add a basic unit. And we're going to add it here. Mazebreaker doesn't use any reds anyway, so being on a marsh isn't that helpful. Woof. I just don't know how I survived the Mazebreaker and then still have enough juice to get to the Imperial Guard. I really want to cause an uprising. That was like my whole goal. Like I wanted that more than I wanted to win, I think. That's gonna be rough. Not impossible, but very, very rough. Oh, I should have got a marksman. Yeah, let me get a marksman. Remember, it's any basic unit on any of my havens. Yeah, I kind of got trapped. But these walls are really helpful, but now that since I was my last haven on the board, thanks to the curses, they all of a sudden kind of put me in a corner that I don't love. But I could skip archery. That could be helpful, but then it's 2 blacks and 3 blues. Woof. Can I give the coral spikes? No, you can't. Can you trade feats? Nope. Nope. Well, that's interesting. No, it's not going to work. Alright, we're going to move. No, we're just going to command. I mean, it is what it is. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. The Kraken's all around us, making the world turn to crack. I don't know. There's a joke in there between Kraken and crap, but I can't figure it out. I'm not smart enough. The Mage Breaker needs to go down one way or the other. I skip archery, and let's try to get lucky. So 2 blacks. Oh man, that's a disaster. It's just an absolute disaster. 2 blacks, 3 blues. Oh, the Maze Breaker. Man, the Maze Breaker is like, you put it up there early, and it just like never had an opportunity to really. The one opportunity I had to mess with it when the Stormbringer and the Maze Breaker just shredded the Stormbringer without a problem. So 3 black, 2 blues. I'm gonna roll 2 blues, 2 yellows, a white, and a black myself. I would like 7 damage. 4 damage and a shield. I would like 8 damage. Ugh. Well, I can use this and negate 1 damage. I can block the other 3, and then I do 2 damage, which they only block 1, so, you know, baby steps. 1 black die goes away. That helps with variance a little bit. They're rolling. The 1 black die turns into a yellow die. That's better. All right, round 2. Oh, that could be helpful. I could start using Tree Mother. We'll see. Oh! Alright, so that's 3 damage, rolling to 5 dice for the Maze Breaker, 2 damage, 2 shield. I'm going to reroll all dice of 1 color. I'll reroll the white. Yeah, I'll reroll the white. That's once per combat. And hope for a shield. Nope, no dice. So it does 1 damage to me. I'm going to lose my archery guy. I do 1 damage to it. It's down to 5. So now it loses a blue. It becomes a yellow. It has a black all the way through. This is just absolutely bananas. So 2 white. Yeah, I still have 5 dice. It has 5 dice. Don't love the trend we're on. Ugh, 3 damage and 1 shield. Oh, that's a lot. 5 damage. No shields. I can do 2 damage to it. In turn, I can flip this, change this into a shield, and then I get another round. Oh, it's doing 6 damage. I can't even add. Oh, it's super gross. That, my friends, is the game. It's not. I needed this to be the rear. But I do 3 damage to the mage breaker. She's down to 2. And will very much survive. She kills all my units. There's no way around that. That is going to get reset. I can keep this face up because I did not change it. But these go here. And this is going to stand up. These dice come here. This guy is also dead. And Mukla needed to be there. Yeah, I would have spent another thing to move here and then command. That's not good. Oh, the Kraken's thing is number 41, so he in theory is like over on this side of the board, so he will activate last. But the rest of this round is kind of a wash. I mean, I like the Arch-Nemesis stuff a lot. I mean, I do sometimes wonder. I mean, I could just be to me to learn. I sometimes wonder. I sometimes feel like the games feel a little bit. Sometimes it gets really anticlimactic. Sometimes you get to this 4th round and it's like I'm just a mess. Like the Kraken just absolutely destroyed me. It feels very epic, but sometimes I like the balance of the non-Arch-Nemesis game a lot better. So it just depends. Like I can go either way with it. I do think there's an argument to say, hey, a lot of the expansions are really modular with this game, where you kind of want to have that variety, and sometimes I could definitely see myself in the future being like, you know what, instead of having this Kraken garbage, it's like, all right, well, I don't lose all my havens. I have a better chance of just like having some presence on the board. Um, Losing my havens the way I did really puts me in a pretty bad way, and it's so hard to like kill all of these curses. I mean, you have to win 9 battles against 3 black dice, and every time they roll a surge with 3 black dice, which they will, like, I don't know what the math is, but it's not that unusual for them to roll a surge. Like all of a sudden they're adding another activation token. They defend 2, so you're like, ugh. And then you have the times where they're just rolling 7 damage and they're wiping out your entire army. So the Kraken's like really vicious. Yeah, unfortunately, I was kind of asking for trouble with the mage breaker. I don't really have a way to do much else. Ugh. I could have tried to solve that. I probably should have tried to solve that. I didn't even realize that. I don't have a haven. Alright, I'm going to move here. Remember, I'm adjacent to everywhere with the Nether Sea map. And I'm going to build a haven with these 2. Huzzah. I just don't have any great way to get resources. And once you get all the exploring done, I could explore there. That's an idea. Mukla. That ain't gonna work. Yeah, all of my havens are gonna go away with Mucklow. There's nothing I can do about it. So this means no points. This means I'm gonna pretty much get walloped. I mean, I think at this point, I can. Standing on a marsh, I might as well do this quest. So I'm gonna get a red because I'm on a marsh. I'm gonna get another red, a blue, and I'll take the 3 yellows. So I can try to get the extra point there. Wow. I got 3 skulls. That gives me a point. And now upon marshes, I get +1 blue and clash. I probably should have done that before I took on the Magebreaker. I don't think it would have mattered. I mean, even if how many rounds of clash were there? Like 2? Because I got it down to 6, then to 5. I mean, assuming I did that first, I'm basically rolling a blue die in 2 clash rounds. That's 1 damage, and then a shield. So I mean, that wouldn't have been enough to kill it. 1 shield would not have helped me in that last round either. But yeah, just looking out for that opportunity, that would have been a smarter play. Oh, if I can solve this. Huh. God, the Imperial Guard's a mess. I will move and explore here. A horde cannot move from here. When it activates, place a curse here instead. I get 3 salt, 1 plunder. Wolf. I wanted more than 1 plunder. Plus, place a horse here. Place a horde here and only here. I can't place a horde, so instead the chaos just gets a point. That would have been interesting because then they would actually fought against this dude. That would have been a good hex to see early, but unfortunately, that was not meant to be. Mukla is going to regain a thing, and then Mukla is going to try to do. Oh, it's so impossible. I mean, let's do it. We're going to try to do this. I'm on a thing with a Legion and a Horde, so I'm going to do another quest. I get a purple. I need to solve 2. I get a red, a blue. So I get the purple from that, a blue and a red from that, and now do I want whites or reds? I mean, I think I need to, or whites or yellows. I need 1 shield and only 1 shield, so I'll take 1 white and 2 yellows. I need 4 skulls and 1 shield. I do have a backdoor option to get the 2 lightning bolts, or I could just roll 2. Since I failed, I activate the Legion or Horde with the lowest initiative immediately and discard this quest. So that was not a good thing. So the Magebreaker activates immediately. It's going to poop out a thing, and then it gets to here. Awesome. This quest goes away. It was worth a shot. It didn't work out. We're going to go to Tua's turn. She has 1 more thing left. I mean, I'll discard. That's funny. The banish is going to go there. I'll discard survivors. I'm going to spend this and this, but I can't go anywhere. That's fine. I'm going to build my harpooner because I can. I turned 3 salt into 1 plunder. I had another plunder. And with my last action of the day, there is no chance I'm doing any of that. I will just trade and get Assault. And then Mukla has 7 actions. Mukla could have done some interesting stuff. Mukla, his last turn, could have just traded all 4 of these in for Salt. And then when I played the Survivors card, could have then went ahead and built a Warrior and an Archer here. Get a little defense on our last thing. So resource Nemesis phase, we're going to activate the Nemesis. Let's go here. Oh, what's going on? Wow, lots of text. Exactly. We kept the price. Pavel says we kept the price at 25 now because we didn't want to disadvantage the older backers. It was a funny story anyway. Dirk and Cornelius were already making the new Druid art for Titans, and I just had a somewhat fitting mechanic that I tested for a while. Some of the shipping crisis struck. We combined the two. Yeah, says Nemesis shipping container prices back then went from 2 to 3 to 20. Our rebels saved us by giving us 25 to help out, and the blessing was a thank you to them. It was really quite fortunate how well that worked out. Says Pavel. Nemesis, that's why we'll never lower the price for those respected people saving us. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. It's a good story indeed. It's Killer Frog. Nemesis, it was an emotional roller coaster deluxe. Killer Frog, I mean, they looked beautiful, but they were a bit pricey, as you said. David, the gods are always upset. Pavel, they also turned out so fun. Nemesis says they're totally overpriced for a reason. Pavel is always crazy how much a mechanic comes together. My original one already had the theme of the blessings down, but it wasn't quite as snappy. Space People, as a regular backer of games, I really appreciate an honest approach for publishers. I always pay back if I can with a little extra money or not fussing about sales and shops before my delivery. Yeah, dude, that's like my biggest, like, why? Like, dude, it is what it is. People complaining about that stuff drives me bananas. Nemesis, you also have a gold foil on them, and that was our first for us as well. Love the gold foil. Pavel, then we came together to work it out and combined our 3 mighty intellects to finally get the final blessings. Dirk says, Dirk is Nemesis.Games. He brought the absolute top regarding containers. At least prices are coming down a bit for sure. Pavel should hopefully not be a repeat of last time this time. Pavel Survivor can't take another. Dirk off the guard is such a touch. The Space People is such a theme. Shame manufacturing can't be done more locally for lots of reasons. Yeah. Dirk's is tough. Space People, yeah, honestly, though, our guys are freaking amazing. The Space Meeple board games are probably the biggest chunk of my carbon footprint. Pavel, they're so good when it comes to making all those parts. Space Meeple does look like a spectacular piece of work. Nemesis, quality-wise, there are no real alternatives in Europe or the U.S. for sure. The Space People, if there was the quality, the cost would be crazy. Pavel says, presumably, since nobody can do it in the first place, the math is about 48.6 on average to roll a bolt. Our Nemesis are brutal for sure, says Nemesis. Don't forget to add on the Angered Gods, says Killer Frog. We don't usually base the dice on math. The Krakens are the only exception to that. I specifically mathed it out for them. That 3 black is the perfect number. Yeah, I could have gone with 2. But no, dude, it's cool. I mean, it's a freaking Kraken, right? Like, you know, it is what it is. I love how the art like works like so thematically well with the Kraken too. Like, it's a pretty wild juxtaposition, the joining of the two things. All right, so what's going to happen? The Mage Breaker is going to activate twice. It's going to poop out a garrison both times on the capital. Bam and bam. So the good thing is it doesn't get any points for that because, you know, it's maxed out. And then the Mage Breaker is like, my job here is done. The Imperial Guard has no activation tokens. The Banish is going to activate twice. It's going to go here. Yeah, and then it's going to go here because I have a Haven there. Of course it is. So the Banished is going to attack. It's going a range phase with this garrison. It's drawing 2 blue dice against a white die. We're in a marsh, but it does not have effect with these dice. The Banished rolls a thing. It re-rolls based on revealed number of druids. It rolls another shield, and that's fine. 2 shields versus 1 shield. Lots of damage done. Now we go to the clash phase. So a blue, nope, that's purple. A purple, a red, and 3 whites against a white and a blue. That's a garbage roll. That's a not so garbage roll. This is out and will go into the Chaos Graveyard. Activates again, it's coming into the Highlands. In the Highlands, I can only roll 1 die. I do have a marksman there, and I'm only rolling the blue die, obviously. The banish is also, this goes away, so he has 1 more activation left. He's just rolling a blue die as well, so it's blue die versus blue die. Hey, a damage. Hey, a damage. Sure, we're gonna get rid of that. We now have a white die, or I only had the blue die. I had basically 2 white dies because I had a tower, I had that white die, and I had the blue die because of the Imperial Marksman. And I only rolled 1 because we were in the Highlands. You only roll 1 die. So now I have a blue, another blue because of the wall, and another white because of the tower still up. The banish did take a damage there. And so he's rolling a purple, a red, and 2 whites. He's the worst. And maybe we can get mad lucky. All right, 2 damage and a shield. 3 damage. I can turn all my blues to shields. I take no damage, and I do 1 damage to the banished. If I can keep this Haven around for another moment, it'd be pretty cool. These go away. So now it's a purple, a red, and a white versus 2 blues and a white. That's a garbage roll. And that's certain death. So I can reroll all dice of 1 color. I'll reroll the white die, because why not? Oh, it's garbage. I do 1 damage, banishes down to 2 health. He absolutely annihilates me. And this Haven goes away, so no Havens left on the board. This goes here, this goes here. And bye-bye. Nope, that was wrong graveyard. That should have gone over here along with this. That would matter. So make sure I get that right. And the banish is done. Kraken. So what's going to happen? We're going to remove all hexes that have a curse on it that are not Icy Wastelands. So this is out. This is out. Oh, my home turf. This is out. All 9 of these curses are going to activate. This dude is going to go here, empty hex. This is going to go here. 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 They're going to combat. It goes right to clash. So it's 3 blue, 2 white, and a yellow. And 2 blue, 2 yellow, and a white. 3 damage. Awesome. Add an activation token. 2 shield. 3 damage. Still kills. The 2 damage kills the 2 garrisons, and the 3 damage is enough to kill that curse. It's going to come back. Don't worry about it. Oh, shoot. Those garrisons should have gone into here. There's already at least 1 unit, 1 garrison in there, so it's still going to be 2 points no matter what. But just to be thorough, this is going to move here, this moves here, this moves here, this moves here. It's going to be 3 versus 1 and 1. 1 shield. That's a lot of damage. This goes over here. And those are all of the curses. We're also activating. We're also doing this. We're adding curses to empty hexes. We'll just make that there. It looks pretty. A very disappointing endgame. All right. We're going to get points. So production, I get 3 more points of production. That's garbage. Production over here, they get 4. I mean, I basically can turn this into 1 point. 4. I get 1, 2, 3. I get 7. It's still going to turn into 1 point. So I can add 1 point to one of my scores. I only have 1 Haven on the board, so that's that. We got annihilated by both of these guys, I think. So the Legion gets 3 points plus 2 because there's 2 Legions still left on the board. So they're up to 50, and they're going to get 4 more points for what is in their thing. 50 to 54. Now remember, the curses you notice did not go into their graveyard. It specifically says they don't go to the graveyard. They're just out. They're not worth any points. So, I mean, the Kraken arms. I'm going to give the Chaos. Chaos gets 9 points. They're up to 51. They have the Banish still on the board, so that's 52, and they're getting 6 points because they have all 3. They have at least 1 garrison in there, and they have units from both of the players. And then we go to the players. The 2 Aton's going to get 1 point because of that, and I can again spend 5 resources to get 1 more point. So a really awful final 2 rounds. Made worse by the Kraken. Just wasn't really able to win the battles. I mean, I think a more conservative play was to not try to throw in the capital. I could have done some different things. I mean, this is worth 5 points when it flips, but like, I mean, I wasn't when the Magebreaker tore through the Stormbringer. I think at that point it's like, all right, if I can just get all the garrisons off the board, 54 points isn't that great. Let me try to keep my haven safe. I can try to defend them against the Kraken. If I just left units like scattered around, right? So I prepare for the Kraken to come in. So if I left units with all my havens, if I win 80% of those battles, you only need to do 1 damage, right? So, or 3 damage if they keep friggin' rolling bolts, which they will 48% of the time. Thank you, Pavel. I might lose a lot of units, but at least I'm killing the curses. But if they keep rolling bolts, they're adding 4 back, so that math gets really bad to try to get rid of all 9 curses at once, especially because I didn't have there are items where you could you lose a point, but you can get rid of a curse. There are quests that allow you to remove a curse. I never had those opportunities, and I didn't have the legions in the right place where they would go around and they would just they would just run into the curses and try to take them out. Instead, I was kind of stuck. Well, the Kraken's not going away. I'm not taking those 9 points. Can I take over the capital? But I lost so many freaking havens in the process that just became a pretty insurmountable situation that is it's sad. It makes me sad. What is going on? Nom nom nom, says Pavel. John Jurgensen, yo Greg, from checking out your and Drew's playthroughs, I went ahead and backed the core game and the new fundraiser. Might add on the first expansion. Thoughts on it? I hope Nemesis gives you and Drew a cut. They gave us a review card. They gave me a review copy, man. I'll take that as enough of a cut. And then Cornelius was like, "Yeah, if you want the next stuff too, let us know." And I was like, "Yeah, I backed it, dude. I do want it, and I'm happy to support them." But yeah, it's good. I like the Arch-Nemesis expansion a lot. I do think ultimately I'll probably bounce back and forth between Arch-Nemesis and the base game in my own personal plays, because the Arch-Nemesis is so brutally hard if you're not set up for it. But the omens are cool. It adds a nice touch. I kind of like the core of the base game a little bit more, where all of a sudden I don't have to worry about, again, you're in the base game, you're not going to lose that many havens, right? Like the Kraken animating all the curses and each of them rolling 3 dice is a really brutal mechanic. And honestly, I'd still rather the Dragolich is just awful. The Dragolich, I mean, every time the Imperials are in a fight, they get a point. That's rough. I think the Empress and the Harvester are a little bit like less utterly garbage punishing, but even then they have their quirks. So you're really dependent on these omens and how they come out. I mean, when I rolled my dice so bad, and I ended up with the Kraken 3 after the first round. Like, that's gonna be pretty insurmountable. At that point, the only thing that makes it not the Kraken is the Empress, where every player may draw 1 feat. The Empire gains 1. I that's a that's an interesting game with just the Empress. I mean, she comes out, she places a Legion and its target on the capital, and then place the Empress on the capital, place one activation token, activated once in the event, once in the Nemesis. What's her activation stuff? For each activation token, choose a hex with a Haven. Remove the Haven, destroy all units there. Remove the hex from the game. Whoa! Wow. So yeah, you're losing a lot of Havens. And if you're losing Havens, if you think about the base game, it's like, hey, you get 4 or 5 Havens out, like that's 8, 10 points every round. You know, honestly, that's a big difference, man. Like that's a lot of points that you're just leaving on the table, and it left me so little options. Like I had to build my units there. It's my only Haven left on the board, which meant I had to go through the Mage Breaker. I would have preferred to have my units in a place where I could maybe get right to the capital. So even if I built there, I command. I have a chance of taking out the Imperial Guard. I flipped it over. That's 5 points. And not only are you losing the points by not having the Havens, you're losing the resources, and you can turn the resources into more points. Remember, in the point phase, you can give 1 point to any player by spending 5 resources. So that's significant, right? I mean, if I have 4 Havens out with the Renegades, you know, the resources I get from that, I get about 20 resources. I mean, that's 13 points in the last round right there. Um, it's a big swing. I mean, had I killed the Imperial Guard, that's 5 points. Had I flipped it over, that's 5 points. I mean, you start to see the points add up. There's that one quest that comes out that maybe I should have gone for, especially since I had the Nether Sea map with a Rebel Council. But you need to solve 2, and neither of these heroes were very set up to do well on the quests. That was very limiting to me the entire game. I mean, the first 2 rounds, like everything looked really good. I mean, I had all 4 of my Havens out as the Renegades. I took care of the skeletons without much of a problem. Um, I just wasn't able to kind of stay on top of things at round 3. I very much want a super aggressive strategy, and I probably should have been a bit more conservative. But these are tough enemies. The Inquisitor is rough. She comes from the expansion. Um, yeah, she's really rough. She's. You can look. I mean, that red skull on her is well deserved. The Inquisitor and the Butcher. The Stormbringer, he's nothing. I had Oda, so I definitely had a rough combination between the Butcher and the Inquisitor. The Butcher, though, being able to fight him on a swamp was great, so I can't really complain about that. I do find the Imperial Guard really hard to break through. The Mage Breaker is just the worst, dude. Like, it's really, really bad. Who did I not get? Well, New Emperor is pretty nasty. Warlock's pretty nasty. Spy Master is just super annoying because you can't use shields. The Assassin? What are the mind did the Assassin? New Emperor is just rough because it activates every Legion. Siren. Never got the False Messiah. I didn't get the Siren. Bloodworm's pretty wild. You can face them in a swamp. That's pretty good. King of Plagues is awful. Awful, awful. So, but none of them are good. I mean, it's good design. I would definitely prefer games without the Mage Breaker, though. The way she comes in and she just takes away a sea tower, and you're just like, oh, come on, man. Give me a freaking break. Give me a break. All right. Then everyone was cut of what? Laughs. Listen, it says laugh out loud. 100% of a 0 is still 0. John says Pavel. Killer Frog, and then everyone was dead at the end. You got too many bad quests in a row, man. Sorry about that. Sometimes you have to be defeated to enjoy the victory again. Dracolich is for sure the worst, I think. Yeah, Dracolich is really bad. I think I was like, he's like a little dick, and you're like, no, he's a big one. I was like, yeah, that's more that's more appropriate. Don't be sad, friend. Papa said we also got run over pretty badly last game. Who is a nasty? I mean, they're all nasty. Some are pretty awful. Papa says you could always not include some Nemesis if you want. Yeah, I mean, you could, but why would I do that? I mean, it's like not including the Ice Dragon in Mage Knight, right? Like you just don't do it. You just hope they don't come up, and when they do, you get mad and like, or not mad. You're like, oh, but that's like part of feeling alive, right? Yeah, it's cool. I think my personal play is I probably will go back to uh a non Arch-Nemesis for a couple more rounds and feel like get my footing. I feel like I'm off kilter. You guys got me off kilter, and I just really need to be more thoughtful in really preparing. It's like, all right, the Kraken's coming out. I'm not doing the capital, but I love doing the capital so much. It's just like such a feeling of achievement when you actually flip it. And I don't think I've done that on the channel yet, which is like makes me sad. I really want to get that done. So I think it's like, hey, if the Kraken's coming out, I need to get Haven, Haven, Haven. I'm gonna have them. Anyone that's near a curse, I have 2 or 3 units in each one, and I just hope to defeat those curses as they come out. And even if they add 4 back, I can kind of put them strategically where I want them to try to get all 9 wiped out at once. And again, the moment that happens, game over. Even if that's mid activation with the Kraken. That's how my friend Zach and I, the first time we played the Kraken, we were actually got very lucky that we were all 9 went away at the same moment in the middle of the Kraken's activation. And I emailed Dirk. I was like, Dirk, does that mean what I think it means? He goes, yeah, you actually, that's fine. The Kraken's off the board. You got the 9 points. And we all sang Kumbaya and was very happy. Oh man, Greg, the new capitals are such a tasty treat. Can't wait. Nemesis.Games, we fought without the Arch-Nemesis for a long time. Yeah. No, it's cool. And I think, again, I think one of my favorite things about how you're approaching the expansion is, one of my biggest problems with games, like Arkham Horror, the card game, was my favorite card game for a long time. The new stuff is so freaking bloated. Like, it's just so bloated. And if you have your collection together, you have all these cards you just don't need, you don't want. It's not easy to keep them separate. Like, I like the modularity in like hearing Cornelius talk about the game with not board gaming. It's like, hey, there's little things you can throw it all in, you can throw pieces in, and I like that you can make this kind of the game you want to be. I think if I was teaching new players now, I wouldn't include the Arch Nemesis because it's so damn hard, um, and things can go sideways so radically in that 4th round with the Arch Nemesis that I think you're better off. Like, hey, this is the game. This is what you're trying to do. Our goal is to flip the capital tile. We can win even if we don't, but really that's going to help us a lot. I think that would be a lot better. Um, but yeah, I mean, honestly, Pavel's like I had bad quests, but I mean, I had some good quests too. I just rolled like garbage. I mean, that first round was rough, man, because I just didn't have the resources. I didn't have the resources with the evade to move her around. That 2 food per command is really rough, but it's cool. It's a cool puzzle, man. It just it got the better of me for sure. And I don't mind being aggressive. I'd rather screw my game up trying to take the capital down like I did than try to play a more passive game and still possibly lose. So that was the main focus of the expansion, to not bloat the game. Yeah, it's a problem, man. I'm worried about that with Spirit Island now. One of the things I love about Mage Knight is how Mage Knight's Mage Knight. Like, they're not. It's it. They 5 dual color cards. There's like not a lot of new content coming. There's like no new content coming down the pipe for it. And I just like games that kind of know what they are, know what they do well. Add some wrinkles, sure, but let's not like add a sideboard and another freaking side. This game. It's like I played Anachrony with Fractures of Time, and I was like, "What is this, dude? Like, this just wasn't for me." Um, I'm pretty bad like that. I'm not a big expansion guy. Like, I haven't even backed Nature Incarnate yet, which is which is crazy. I'm like, so like, I love Spirit Island. It's my favorite game, but just like, really, do I need more Spirit Island? I don't know. I kind of like how it is. We'll see. But all right, I'm yammering. This was fun. It was an epically bad defeat. We'll be back though. Pavel said we definitely have a rule that we can't add anything more. Can't add anything anymore. If we're ever adding anything to Uprising, it would only be to replace existing stuff. That's cool. Little rebalancing here and there for sure. I'm excited to see what you guys do next, man. I mean, I know, I tried to dig at Cornelius a little bit on the when he joined me on the phone, so it sounds like something's in the works. So, you guys have really doing cool things, man, in in this is where you start. I'm excited to see where it goes from here. So, like with the druids versus advanced druids, super fun. And Nemesis, we had a rule to not add any sideboard yet. Killer Frog, Dracolich to Mega Dracolich. Hells no, dude. Killer Frog, do not give them any ideas, man. Dracolich it's just the worst, dude. That 1 point they get per thing. Oh, the worst part, when I played yesterday, I had in my omens phase, I got that thing that added a activation. Oh, what is it? It was like add one activation token. Yeah, add one activation token to each legion. No, to every Arch-Nemesis card. And I was like, oh dear God. So, because Dracolich, that means you have to kill him 4 times in a 2-player game before he goes away. Like, oh, that's bananas, man. It's not great. Exactly, Megalich. Nemesis is be excited. Killer Frog says sorry. Excellent. Well, great. I'll go ponder that in my nightmares tonight and let you all be free. Gobble, thank you for being here all day. Dirk, thanks for coming in and out. Everyone else, chat was great. I hope it showed the game off well despite an epic thrashing. And well, probably wait 3 times. No, because if you get the 2 on it, you have to kill it 3 times normally, right? Am I reading this wrong? So in a normal game, it gets 2. If destroyed, you remove 1, and then place it at threat 5. If destroyed, you remove again, then place it at threat 5. Oh, you only kill a number of activation tokens. Oh, so is that like an errata? If destroyed. Oh, okay. I'm reading. So remove 1 and place at threat 5. So remove 1. If there are none left, it's destroyed. Okay, that's worded a little tricky because I'm reading it as remove 1 activation token and then place it. If there are none, remove it and give. Oh, okay. No, it's there. So you place it, but then hey, there's no more activation tokens, so you remove it and give 9 points. Got it. So it effectively goes back to the capital either way, but if it has no more activation tokens, it's super dead. All right, cool. So you're still defeating it. I mean, that's not the worst thing to face. It only has 5 levels, but after every combat, it gets a point. So, man, you best not miss for sure. All right, that's cool. I appreciate that clarification. Pablo, you're the man. You're just like so many things. Thanks for doing this, Dirk. Thank you, sir. This is great. No, normally 2 times in a 2-player game. Yeah, he was for sure the trickiest to design. No, for sure. I mean, wording is so hard, man. Like rulebook, getting a good like that legal-ish mind to kind of like parse language so specifically in such a small space. I mean, it's hard to do. It's hard to do. He had the least tuning, unfortunately, for sure. No, man. At some point, you gotta hit print, right? So, but then the important thing is having a support team like you guys are for your own game to make sure people have places to go with questions. Dracolich is the worst. Yeah, it's awful. Super bad. Like, no. Like, I mean, I will only choose the Dracolich voluntarily if I just am really in a mood for punishing myself. But that is not often. But we had to do it all in German. Yeah, we're literally German law experts now. No doubt, man. If I ever get in legal trouble in Germany, I know who I'm calling. And it's great. Cool. Good times, man. I'm gonna go. I'll be back tomorrow. I got Maids Night starting early. I think 11 o'clock. We're going to go Mind's Liberation, so that will be a lot shorter because Maze Night, Mind's Liberation is only 4 rounds. Friday, I am planning to do a playthrough of Champions of... I always say Champions. I don't know why. Champions of Horror. And then next week, I got a bunch of good stuff planned. So be excited. I'm excited. I hope everyone has an amazing day. Thanks again. And until next time, happy gaming.
Solo.